Yo, what's up, brother? Morning.
Hello, good morning. Who said that?
You know, it's me, lads. Just wanted to say what's up.
What's going on, Lance? You're already
Not
one of
much,
those
bro. Chilling.
crazy globe deniers, aren't you?
Yeah, unfortunate.
No. What's wrong with you?
Sorry. I
You
don't know, man.
you you generally accept reality as it presents itself, and why would you do that?
It's sound crazy. One of them crazy folks.
Only name I don't recognize here is Deep Thoughts. Would you like to chime in, Deep Thoughts? Hello. Like to hear a few of those deep thoughts about the globe, if there can be such a thing. It kind of summarizes what the globe is. It's basically a thought experiment by men and women, and now most people believe it. But that's all they can do is believe it because it does not exist in reality. Anybody want to prove me wrong? All right, gentlemen and ladies and things on here, as you were. It's been Dead Air Dave from Kentucky. Welcome to the new people that just joined. Would you like to speak? Hello? And they're gone. Oh, well.
They're nice, though.
You thought it was too mean to him, man. Yeah, a lot of people think they live on a globe because somebody told them that, but nobody can tell you how or why that it's an actual globe. That's what we're here for. Tell us why you know it's an actual globe. Because we've been looking for it and it's not there. But anyway. Okay, I see we've been joined by the listener, but going by his name, it's not a good sign whether he's going to talk or not. But we're going to give you a chance. Hello, the listener. What say you, if anything? All right, staying true to his name, he's going to listen to the silence. So here's some more silence for you.
Hey, I'm a flat earther.
Well, thanks for saying that. Why are
No
you a
worries.
flat earther? Why are you a flat earther?
Because I can't prove the globe. I
That's a
tried,
good
then I
answer.
failed.
That's pretty much the same boat we're all in for the most part. I mean, we all get taught this magical globe story, but when you go to verify it, it's kind of falls apart, doesn't it?
For sure.
But thanks for saying hi. So hopefully
No
we'll be
worries.
joined by a globe. Hopefully we'll be joined by a globe believer here soon, and we can get something rolling here.
Hi, excuse me.
Hello, who said that? Welcome.
Hello, thanks. I'm beginning English speaking.
Okay, are you very beginning English, or can you understand me right now?
Who are you?
My name's Dave. I live in the United States, in Kentucky. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm living in Brazil, South America.
You're in South America? Cool. So you have enough English to actually communicate about the subject of the room, or do you know?
Oh, good.
The subject of this room is the globe. Do you think you live on a globe?
Globe, yes,
Hello?
globe is the year.
Yes, you live on a globe. Can you tell us why or how?
I don't understand this.
I'm not sure if we can do this or not. Do you understand me very well?
I listen you.
Okay. The subject here is a group of people that we all got taught the globe story just like you probably did. But then we actually went out into nature and we investigated it, and the globe does not exist in reality. Do you understand that? And he gone. Was it something I said?
Do you teacher? Teacher?
I'm not sure if you're comprehending. Do you
Do you
understand the
teacher?
words that come out of my mouth? Go ahead. I'm not sure your English comprehension is. He's gone again. I know that's going to happen a lot on this channel. People that can't really talk English click in here, but then you try to tell them that they can't communicate, and they kind of frustrating. Anyway, still looking for evidence of the globe. If he wants to click in here and provide that for us, that would be great. Welcome to the room, Yaz. Would you like to say hello? Hello, Yaz. You clicked in here, you might as well talk. Or not. It's your choice. Welcome to the room, Bombi Dagroot. What say you, if anything? Hello, Bombi Dagroot. All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Что? Сеттинг. Да, она такая ужасная, я только пришел. Нифига себе, тут багный ползунок этот. Ну, конечно, получилось, как иначе. Понимаю. Кто сказал, что я буду играть? Я не буду в это играть. Вот так вот. Ну, позвони, что-то это поменяет. У тебя же моего дискорда нет, чтобы дозвониться. Ты полностью
Can anybody explain to me why the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured that way. How would you measure the Earth to be a sphere?
I tactical droid.
Hey, bud.
It's hard to
What's the
understand
word?
you.
How would you measure the Earth to be a sphere?
I didn't measure it, but I think you should have counter arguments.
If I experience it as flat, non-moving, and enclosed, why do I have to try and prove or counter something that I don't experience?
To give more credits to your theory.
Say it again.
To give more credits to your theory.
If it's as I experience it, why do I need more credit?
Because you need to be sure when you claim something to other people.
Okay. What would be an identifier of you living on a sphere?
Let's begin from the gravity.
How does something falling to the ground prove the shape of the ground?
So this is just a physical law. Can't change it. So do
Your
you want me
assumption is
to
that
explain?
an object falling to the ground proves the
Wait.
shape of the ground.
Do you mean that gravity doesn't shape Earth round?
I'm asking you, how do you know that gravity causes objects to take a particular shape if the only thing you experience is objects falling down?
This is just pure logic. If something drops only in the center, so other forms except sphere will not be stable in big scales.
Okay. If your assumption that gravity causes things to go to a center,
Yeah.
how do you know that the things are going to a center if the scale is so big and you can't experience it all at once? The only thing you experience is the object falling down. You can't experience it going towards the center.
Do you mean object fall only down, not to the center? Is it your claim?
Can you show me a not Earth example of objects going towards the center because of gravity?
All right. One thing that proves that the object move to the center is our solar system. We have telescopes that show that objects fly around other center of mass, like around sun.
How do you know that the lights in the sky are doing the things that you think they're doing if you've not been there to verify that those objects are exactly what you think they are and doing what you think they're doing?
Because light is enough evidence. Do you think we have some kind of artificial sphere around the Earth, like in three-body problem series, or what?
No. What I'm asking you is, how did you verify that the story that they tell you about the sky is true in order for you to use it as an example for my request for an example of gravity causing things to come to a center?
Okay, let's imagine that I'm a scientist. Would you believe me?
I would still ask you, how did you verify that the story is true since you can't experience it?
Um, just because of the my personal experience, because of the rotation of the Earth around the Sun. We can testify
How did you
it.
measure that the Earth is moving around the sun if your experience is that you don't feel motion and the sun moves in the sky?
Do you mean so sun around the sun moves around the Earth, but not the Earth moves around the sun? What are
The
you trying to say?
experience is the ground doesn't move. I don't feel the Earth moving. When the ground does move, it's called an earthquake. I feel it. Every other moment when I'm not experiencing an earthquake, I do not experience the Earth moving. And I see the sun move in the sky. The conclusion is the Earth is not moving and the sun is moving.
Okay, let's just assume that sun is moving around the Earth. This still means that sun moving around the center of mass. Is it true?
No, the sun is an object or something that I don't know the texture of, the makeup. I don't know what it is, but I see the sun move in the sky. Its causal mechanism, I do not know. The Earth is not in outer space. Outer space is a required imagination for the heliocentric model. In order for the Earth to be as they say it is, it has to be in a vacuum of outer space. Since the Earth is not in a vacuum of outer space, anything that has to do with the heliocentric model is not true. The Earth is not a disk in outer space. That is not true. The sun does not move around the Earth
Get
like
your concept about sun. What is the sun, according to your words?
I don't know the distance to the sun. I don't know if the sun is a singular object in the sky. And hold on.
So you think that there can be multiple suns?
You can make the sun however large you want and however far away from the observer you want, as long as you know the angular size of the sun and you keep the distance to size ratio coherent. I do not know the size or the distance the sun is from the observer. I only know that the sun is in the sky.
Okay, that is right. I know that ordinary people can't just measure the distance to sun. It's not my question. I asked you, what's your concept about sun? Is it round? Is it flat? How big
When I
is
look
it?
at the sun is a circle. I don't know the three-dimensional shape of it. I don't experience a three-dimensional shape of it. I don't know if it's just a focal point of light and my eyes are creating it, and I don't know if it's an object that actually takes up some sort of three-dimensional shape. I don't know.
Yeah, but when the sun is moving around, when the time changes from day to night, how do you call it? Isn't it moving around?
Yes, the sun moves. That is correct. And at night, I don't see the sun because it's not in my visual range.
So doesn't it mean that sun moves around or Earth moves around? So it doesn't matter.
I do not experience the earth moving. I experience the sun moving. The sun moves. If I don't see it, it has moved away from me. When I begin to see it again, it is moving towards me. When the sun is above my head, it has moved above my head.
Yeah. So you don't make any connections to gravity.
Objects falling does not determine the makeup of the sun.
I'm just wondering, what are your ideas about how does sun move?
I do not know the causal mechanism of the sun's motion. I just know that it does. I can watch it and plot it throughout the year. I do not know the cause.
All right, but why didn't you ask yourself, why does it move?
That is not something that I can experience.
But you shouldn't experience something to be curious about something.
What I experience is that the sun moves. I cannot determine the cause. There is no experiment that I could do to show me the cause of the sun's motion. If I wanted to know why water boils and evaporates, I can create an experiment to identify the cause. I cannot identify the cause to the sun's motion. That is not within my capabilities.
It's not necessary to create an experiment. You can make calculations on the computer. You can create a computer model.
That would be a reification fallacy. Just because I can create math and an equation to explain what it is that I see, it does not mean that I know the cause.
But
You ask me, why does the sun move?
don't you think
In
it's
order for me
better
to
than
find the cause, I would need an experiment if I wanted to know for sure. I can speculate
do you
all
just
I want.
suggest create your own sun and your own earth and just look at them? What kind of experiment do you want?
You cannot create an experiment to identify the cause of the motion of the sun. If you do create something, you've created a reification fallacy. You've used correlations in order to say that you know the cause. You don't. I have to go on mute.
ciri-cirinya Is everybody okay? Space is fake. So just remember that.
Good evening. Uh, I think. Hello guys. What is the possession?
بطل اقول لك من الوحده الاولى للوحده الثالثه. How are you? How are you?
Hey, close your mic. Thanks.
How are you? You speak English?
Hello, guys. Oh, shit.
Yo, what's up, Nova? You got a mic, bro?
Good morning, guys.
Yo, what's up, brother? Good morning.
On my way to work. Not feeling it today, man. Heavier as a holiday.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I'm in the gym right now, too, so
What's up?
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. And I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? You know, and then people took other images too, you know, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond.
Sorry, I was just making sure nobody was hot micing. So, quick shout out to Master Yoder, man, for doing this, and you know, not to toot my own horn, but I kind of prompted him to to do this. Like, hey Yoder, give us a history lesson. And so yeah, this is Yoder concisely and beautifully telling the story about how we started noticing that we see too close.
Where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, you know, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's a very complicated, very green field area of physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long distance, high altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the earth. You could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes, we could talk about maps, we could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it. There's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic flat Earth takes you everywhere. And you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars. I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere, and it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that, and 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much, if any, angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate. But if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
Yeah, that was a pretty sweet clip, man. When he went off on that, I was like, man, this is going to be epic. I'm glad that somebody picked it out.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I got Nova here in the written chat, text chat. Can't talk to us in person because he's around a bunch of stupid. Must be around a bunch of global.
You must tell me how day and night occur. What? Why? I see the sun rise, it moves over my head, and it sets, and it's nighttime.
Yeah,
It's
Sun
cool,
over
huh?
your head, it's
daytime.
bright. At the horizon,
When it's
dark.
over, yeah. When it's over me, it's daytime. When it's over someone else, nighttime.
Hi guys, how are you?
I'm waiting for him to explain how the day and night works on the globe. I think that would be a better.
Yeah, I want to know how more than 50% of the Earth can see daylight.
Yeah. When we see the sun move, the Earth is spinning. Okay, we measure the motion. Oh, no one's measured it. We just know we're spinning because we see the sun move.
It's crazy. I've been looking a bit more into, how the globe came to be a thing in the first place, through Pythagoras and those folks. And it's not like no one actually is even claimed to have gone out and actually measured any curvature back then at all. Not one person. Not even the mainstream claim that that's how the globe was created, right? Most globe earthers think, oh, some mathematicians and whatever, right, went out, and scientists back then went out and measured the earth and proved it was a globe. That never happened. That's not how it came into existence or into people's imaginations.
Yeah, they also don't realize that important discoveries in physics only happened in the last 200 years. High altitude balloons weren't made until 1931. High altitude rockets weren't made to the 1960s. And yet we've known it's been a globe for thousands of years. That's an argument from ignorance.
Even when people think of Pythagoras, they like imagine some mathematician who tested things and did experiments and that kind of thing. It's absolutely not the case at all. He's more like a mystical leader, not a scientist. You had a community that was basically like a secretive spiritual school built around like numerology. And he really liked spheres, apparently. Thought it was the perfect shape.
I mean, it is. In essence, it is the perfect shape. I'm not gonna lie. You know, to be equidistant in all directions, that's pretty amazing. Uh, but nothing in nature is a perfect.
It doesn't apply to women. It's not the perfect shape.
Definitely
The worst
curved lines
shape.
over straight lines.
Well, I think the chain of reasoning was kind of like that the heavens are perfect because they envision the sky as a celestial sphere. And that's why they figured that a sphere was the perfect shape because the heavens appeared that way. So as above, so below, therefore the earth must also be this divine sphere.
Is that how they kind of went with on the story, or is that something that you've drawn a
Yeah,
conclusion
yeah.
to?
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They inverted the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere.
I've said this before. What they did was they took a celestial sphere and then they pressed the Earth up against the inside.
Yeah, yeah. Can you think of it kind of like that for sure?
Yeah, and they forget to tell you that in Greek mythology, Atlas is carrying the celestial sphere on his shoulders.
Interesting.
But that's probably just because they had a lack of understanding of, like, they couldn't abstractly pull their vision out of their own mind, right? Like, because by definition, you're only seeing in perspective everywhere all the time. Even if you have a piece of paper and you draw a triangle on it, you may think that's an orthographic, but it's perspective. The triangle's just so small that you can't notice the curved lines in the drawing, right? If you took that triangle and you drew a triangle that was like had a baseline of 2,000 miles and then go up into the sky and then come back to you were to look at that from like an orthographic, like it would be all wonky looking. You'd have hyperbolic and parabolic curves everywhere, trying to adjust for the what you're trying to see.
Hey, DJ, if you would, look at your message I sent you there, if you would, please.
Yeah.
Morning, AB.
What up, sheepdog?
I just met the criteria of the scientific method, bro, for a shape. Did you see that? Like that? Come on, fault it.
What'd you do?
So let's put in the side chat for Nova here to fill in the blanks for observation, hypothesis, experiment, conclusion for a shape. So I said observation, ink on paper with a form that has three sides. Hypothesis could be a triangle. Experiment, measure the angles between corners to see if total sum is 180 degrees. Conclusion, total sum was 180 degrees, therefore it is a triangle.
Damn, dude.
It's not a scientific experiment, bro. It doesn't work. It's no natural observed phenomenon.
I have a question. Has anybody in here ever researched Walter Russell?
The name sounds very familiar.
I was going to say the same thing.
Can you refresh our memory?
Yeah, he had a 39-day higher plane experience and came back kind of with all this information, secret esoteric knowledge of the periodic table and just elements of how things actually work. And he was describing it, and I think the book is called The Universal One. I was listening to the audiobook of it, and it was fascinating. I've never actually paid attention to it, but I mean, I saw a lot of parallels in it because all the stuff that my research over time that I've done, I've kind of compared it to what I've heard from what Walter Russell's saying, and there's a lot of parallels with the Enochian scriptures and just other things that people have spoken of when they go to a higher state of consciousness, if you want to call it that. But yeah, it's a bit esoteric, the conversation itself. So I don't know, I didn't want to dive into it too much. But yeah, Walter Russell basically has a way that he describes what light is, if you can imagine that. The hardest thing to describe and put into terms is what it is in any scientific way.
He was the one that proposed a different idea for the periodic table, right?
Well, Terrence Howard kind of is really making it mainstream now because he's talking about all the teachings he had based on
That's where
Walter
I heard the
Russell.
name. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the Joe
True.
Rogan Experience. I think. Actually, I was watching that right now before I popped in here, but it's fascinating because it seems like we're advocates for advancing the ability for people to understand the world in the way that it should be, and if that's true, then we should be looking at things that are practical. And so I'm trying to get to a place where things are not just elements, but they're elements that people have been able to manipulate and vary and be able to do things with and or manifest. You know what I mean? So it has to make sense in that way. So it can't just be completely all esoteric information. It has to be something applicable to the physical world as well. If you know what I mean, because they're talking about tones and octaves and vibrations and energy levels, radiation, and so a lot of it stuff makes sense on a practical level, but its application is it still needs to connect with the way it's proposed, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, there's still mathematics and all of that. What you're asking for is basically, for lack of better terms, an alchemical demonstration.
Yeah, you have to be able to. You can't talk a bunch of hooey. You have to actually do something where it makes sense to somebody to say this actually has meaning. You know what I mean? It's got value. It doesn't just stand for what people are proposing, but it actually does challenge the mainstream narrative. So we learned the wrong way, a pseudoscientific mindset, right? All the ways that we look at the periodic table and just how elements interact with each other, and so we're taught in a specific way, right? Kind of like the way that the education system has for us all. But in this other way, it's more like looking into like maybe there's a we're looking at it in a very what's the word here? Like we're boxing everything in to like only mean one thing. Like because we're taught a certain way. You know what I mean? So
We're putting
how can I put this?
limitations.
Yes, we're putting limitations to like the way it's. So in other words, like how we learn mathematics, we think that's just the way we can understand the universe with that type of mathematics. 1 + 1 = 2 and so forth. But what if it's binary that actually unlocks the secret? Like what if that's the way we're supposed to learn ones and zeros? So it's kind of going at it in a different way so that we can understand. Maybe it's the form and function of reality is a bit different than the way we've been going at it before. You know what I mean? In order for a scientific revelation to happen, there has to be a few pioneers that actually sound a bit kooky at the very beginning, but they have to have something that's applicable. At least something to have people to say that they're not totally, batshit crazy, for lack of better words. So I'm trying to
No, I
see like
got you.
I'm trying to see like within all of this, like, because I'm not gonna lie, man, it makes sense in my mind when I'm listening to it, but it's like I'm looking for how can we prove positive? You know what I mean? That's what I'm looking for. It's like
You're almost there, AV. You're almost there, AV. Almost at the ether. I promise. I was kidding.
well, no, because they talk about stuff like that.
I'm
But
teasing, dude.
what I'm saying though is like it's still not that idea, and what everybody's running around with is still incomplete. You know that, right? Like
No, yeah, I agree. That's why it's still a belief, because like if we knew it, we'd be able to isolate it.
But the language isn't there, is what I mean. It's not able to. You can't put something in a practical sense if you don't know how to say it, because there's not the words yet are not available, or they're not. It's not cohesive, right? Dude, it's difficult. It's difficult to kind of articulate this, because when I was listening to it, I was like, well, that makes sense in a way that we can see energy, frequency, and vibration governing the systems of the world, right? Like how things manifest, right, or dissipate. So in every regard, like we understand the life cycles of things, they seem to be repetitive. We got, life, and then it goes to the entropy, and then we got death, and then back to life again, but there seems to be like this cyclical nature to even life. And I don't know, my mind's kind of blown right now, so I may sound like I'm off the wall, but I promise you, like if I could chat more about it without being like intrusive to what we're doing in here, like I would tell you more about it. So
no, you're fine, man. I'm just teasing you anyway. I appreciate what was the name of the book? The One?
Yeah, The Universal One by Walter
The
Russell.
Universal One. I'll have to look into it and see if I can find an audible book.
There's a couple of YouTube audio books on it. I was listening to one, but sometimes it's too robotic to be fluid, because like if you're listening to a recording, it's not a person narrating it. It's just like they put it through like some robot or something, and it sounds like it's real choppy, and you don't know where the sentence ends, and it just sounds like a run-on sentence. So I'm thinking maybe the PDF would probably be a lot better. But I definitely think I want to, sometime in the future, man. I don't know when, but talk about it on Frontline Unfiltered. Like, I think this is like an outstanding topic to discuss. Like I'm listening to Terrence, like, and I'm like, dude, you're making a lot of sense. Like this, and I don't know why. Like I haven't been one to be somebody who's like completely scientific, or I'm not one to like. I'm not anywhere near academic, but the basic, like the way he was putting it and the way I understand, like my mind was connecting. So it doesn't make any sense. Like I can't even tell you how it makes sense, but
No, you're fine, man. Like it's a tough thing to describe, because like many of the teachings of this subject aren't readily available anymore. And so, like, there's something about nature that when you're staring at the truth, you know it's the truth. You don't know why it's the truth, but you know something about that is true. And then so it's hard to describe that moving forward. So it takes a lot of research, a lot of linked minds, a lot of understanding before you can finally
Yeah.
put it into words.
The thing about what we do in here though is we're trying to get everybody off the mind of being someone who only just accepts what people are saying and then challenges themselves. So I guess the double-edged sword here is if we're gonna talk about this topic, people are gonna have to have something to hold on to. It can't be just complete esoteric information. It has to be something that meshes with like the physical elements. And so I'm looking for parallels to that. Because like if you talk too much about things that are not yet understood, then it's not gonna go over well with the audience of like empiricists. You know, the empiricist is gonna be like, dude, you're speaking nonsense. You know, like you know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
No, I get you 100%, man. That's why in most conversations I don't go into unless their mind is like devoid of the idea of the globe, right? You're able to actually get rid of that and move on to reality-based things. Only then can I go into other conversations like that. But like when it comes to like what this room brings in this conversation about like the ether, let's say, like my only empirical uh observation of this is like from the impedance of light and back
You're
when the
breaking
whole
up, sheepdog.
matter, something
Bro,
still
you're
impeding
breaking
that
up, bro.
light. And that's
Sheepdog, you're breaking up real bad, bro. Like real bad.
Get out of the sewer.
y'all hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, I'm almost to my car. Hold on.
I think a lot of times we try to think of things in a way that makes sense to us and you know, combining the knowledge that we've already obtained from academia and then just like you know, just basic stuff. Try to apply that to like what we're hearing and it's we don't find that it makes sense. Well, it shouldn't. You know, we're using a very rigid standard and applying it to something that's way out of the norm for us like to actually think about. So it's
Yeah,
kind of
no,
hard.
I agree, man.
It's kind of hard trying to square the circle, man, when you've learned uh about life and the things in it in a certain way and then you try to think about something else, just even entertaining the thought. And I'm not saying taking it on as a worldview, but just entertaining it. You have to kind of abandon the way that you would normally think about like how things interact with each other.
No, for sure, man. And the like it's a good thing to have. Like I think the scientific method is very, very beautiful, right? Like you can have a hypothesis, but if you can't test it, you don't get any further than the hypothesis. You
Yeah.
got to figure out a way to test it. That's it.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. If you can't test it, then that's not empiricism.
I'll tell you what, you got a little bit of time on you, sheepdog. I'm not gonna take anything away from this chat because I think we need to get back to flat Earth. But I'll go to Frontline and Filtered and hang out in the lobby there if you want to hang for a little bit and just I'll tell you a little more of what I.
Yeah, I'll come over there, man.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
Hey, gamer tag, we can hear you typing like crazy. You might as well just talk.
No, I didn't want to interrupt anyone, you know.
No, we want you to interrupt.
No, we careful
No,
what you
I'm,
wish for, T-Dub.
I'm going to be candid with you guys. I've
No,
tried to
we'd
ask
like to talk
questions,
with you. That's what I meant.
and then I get disrespect. I'm confused.
You
I've
can ask
never.
questions, man. Sometimes someone will joke around and put a funny emoji on your comment if it's something really silly that was said. But
This
you
is
can
the
ask
third
us
day in a
questions here.
row. Well, this is the third
Oh,
day in a row I've
no.
been here, and the 2 days prior, I've been muted several times. All I did was ask questions, so I'm starting to lose respect for the whole chat here. I'm like, what the heck? I've never been in a chat where you're disrespected like that. You know, anybody who's skeptical will ask questions. You know what I mean? You can't take offense to it.
Yeah, you're just here
gotta.
to poison the well, or what?
Yeah, I'm not trying to. No, I'm not trying to make fun of you guys or anything. I really did take on to a lot of the media rhetoric about, well, we're getting misinformed. I did start
You
believing
didn't
all
like
that,
the
but then
answers. You didn't like the answers we gave. You didn't want to
when
hear
did I
them.
show that I disliked the answers?
Yeah, like particularly when I spoke to you about what was it? How we're not making the claim about the sun or anything like that. You just didn't want to hear about it.
What claim did I make?
Like, you know, when I said that, when you asked us a question about time zones, and I explained to you that,
Time zones, yeah.
yeah, that's not our intention. It's not what we do. We're not presenting you a model or a map, you know, and where, you know, we can definitively give you dividing lines that show, you know, where all the sections of time are above the surface of the earth at the moment, you know, or anything like that. I tried to explain that to you, but you didn't want to hear that. You wanted something. You demanded something until finally Matrix gave in and posted something that wasn't necessarily what he believes in, but was maybe just something for just to appease you for the time being. You know, a hypothetical of how it possibly could work. If in that scenario that was true, but it's not necessarily saying that that map's even true. Yeah. You know, and I was trying to explain to you how, you know, if you want to know what time it is, you know, just go outside. See the sun is. If you can't see the sun, then it's nighttime, obviously. So that's your time zone, right? Night.
So I'm guilty of asking a question that I was curious about, trying to
Yeah,
understand
but
how
you
the time.
didn't like that answer. You were making out like nobody
thing
had
again.
tried to it. Yeah, you made out like you don't get the competition.
This is what I'm talking about. You know, I came here to talk, and when I talk, I'm interrupted because you don't like even what I'm talking about. It's like I'm asking you valid questions from anybody who would be skeptical. What's wrong
And
about
we
being
give you
skeptical? You know, in
answers.
any other
Nothing.
server. Hold on,
Nothing.
I'm
What was
actually
wrong?
talking. Can I talk?
Well, what was
Can I
wrong with
talk?
my answer? What was
Can
wrong
I
with my
talk?
answer?
Can I
What
talk
was
without
wrong
being
with my
interrupted, or
answer?
is it the same thing over and over again?
Yeah, I don't want to hear the matter. I just want to know what was wrong with my answer.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear you interrupting me either. Can we respect each other, or is this just a one-way deal? Is it you're monologuing?
So just tell me what was wrong with my answer.
What was wrong with my question? You didn't like it.
Nothing.
That's the only thing that was wrong with it.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I gave
You just
an
said that I
answer
was
to it.
trying to straw man. That's what you guys do. You
Yeah,
tell me I'm straw manning and all this. I'm not
afterwards.
straw manning anybody. I'm asking questions.
Yes, in the side chat, right? In the side chat. That
No.
is a
This
straw man.
was several days in a row.
Oh, bro. Whether you like it or not, and whether you realize it or not, saying the flat earthers map, right? As soon as you try and compare some sort of prediction of distance on a globe with some sort of depiction of distance over a flat earth map, then it's a straw man because we're not presenting that to you here. And that's the misconception you may
I didn't come
have.
here for you to present something. This is a flat Earth discussion. You're trying to set boundaries on the way I communicate. That's not a communication. That's not a
No,
conversation.
I'm telling you
That's you
that I
controlling
don't.
the conversation.
Whatever map that you're appealing to for flat Earth, I don't subscribe to it.
Oh, well, that's
So
fine.
it's a
That's your
straw
opinion. But
man,
I
man.
need to know what I'm supposed to look at then. Educate me.
Okay,
Show
so
me
go
which map
ask
I'm
the
supposed to
people
look
that.
at.
Then go ask the people that are claiming that is an accurate representation of Earth.
I don't need to. No, and that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to learn which map is an
Then why
accurate
did you ask
representation.
the
If you have one, then show me
question?
one.
We don't.
I
I just
asked.
told you. I don't subscribe to one. I just
Oh,
told you that.
so I'm curious then. What do you mean by that? I'm curious. I'm confused by that. Like, what do you mean you don't
I am
subscribe
not
to one?
presenting to the world an ideology of the layout of the lands and the continents and where and everything and how the sun works or anything like that. I'm just telling you that the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal.
Yes,
Therefore,
but the
the Earth
thing is
cannot be
that
a
when
globe.
you believe in certain thing, there has to be evidence. There has to be a way for us to prove it.
Yeah,
So how
there
do we do
is.
that?
Belief, with belief, there's nothing to prove it because your belief is not actual based on evidence. Is based on a thought, an idea. When you know something, then it's based on evidence.
Huh?
So many people believe in God. Do they have evidence for that?
Yes, they do have evidence for that.
What evidence?
They have historical evidence. Different cultures that have seen, witnessed a physical presence named Jesus who has done
So
miracles that
they
others have
have
not.
word of mouth.
No, it's
No
historic, just like
evidence.
anything else. So then everything's a lie then. George Washington, all that's a lie. Everything's a lie.
You
Columbus
have
never
to believe it.
sailed. None of that ever happened, right?
You have to believe those information because you can't go
Right.
experience them. Okay, so it's not knowing. You believe what they tell you, accept it as true because you can't
But that's
actually
all we
validate
have.
it. Well,
That's
no,
all we
not
have.
really. No,
Yeah.
you could
Yeah.
go. No, you could go to the surface of water and see it horizontal. That's knowledge.
But you mentioned Jesus, so we're talking about history. That's
I
all
didn't
we
say
have.
Jesus. I
You did. You
said
said God.
God.
Yeah, exactly. That's my version of God. So we have
Okay,
that. It's
so then
historical
it's
evidence.
again. You have to believe it because you can go validate it.
Well, I can make pasta in front of you. You can believe it or not believe it too. It's the same thing. History is
No,
dug up from
if you're
archaeological
making
digs.
pasta, if you're making pasta in front of me, I'm actually watching you, so I'm
No, but you still
experiencing
have the
it. So
choice to
I
not believe it.
know that you're doing pasta. I don't believe that you're doing pasta.
Yes, but
I know
there's
that
no way you
you're
can
making.
see someone 1,000 years ago making pasta now. So the only thing you have is manuscripts that are dug up from the earth.
What you
What
say?
do you mean? What?
Can I talk?
When
Talk
people when
very.
people
You
in the
talked over me,
past.
so I don't know what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. It must have cut off on my end. But manuscripts get dug up from the earth, from the past that people have written in that time, which state what had happened, what people have witnessed,
Okay.
and it's corroborated against other manuscripts in other parts of the world, different continents, from religious and non-religious sources, which shows proof that there's a
Right. You have
timeline and
no.
an action that
That's
happened.
not
Yes, there's a
proof.
pattern. That is proof.
You have a story.
Well, then that's what his story is.
His story. Yes, it's a
Right.
story.
It's a
Not
story.
evidence. It's not evidence. You either accept it as true or not.
Well, that's true. I agree. You can accept it
Okay,
as truth or
so
not. Yes.
that's believing. That's believing. Something that's knowledge, it's no need to believe in it. It's something
Okay.
that you experience that it's evidence.
Agree. So how do we
All right,
prove
so,
now that the earth is flat, right?
well, I mean, have you ever seen the surface of water curve somewhere?
From our tiny little eyes in this massive earth, whatever globe or flat that we're living on, how are you going to notice that? So we need to use
I mean,
tools.
no, I mean, you could definitely test those
Well, you
water
could, you could.
curves.
Well, look, you could fly from Argentina to Australia, the tip to tip. And if you don't make it to
And what's that
Australia,
gonna
you
tell
got
you?
a problem. If you go from Argentina to Australia, the tip to tip, you've got a serious problem if you don't make it to Australia, right? I would assume.
Well, I'm still waiting. What's that going to tell you? That's you
Well, that'll
still
tell you
travel
that
through.
the Earth
You
isn't
still
round, right?
you still travel through a flat surface over a flat surface.
Not if you go from tip to tip, though. If you go straight down the way that the globe is shaped, and you don't find Australia, you have a problem, right? You'll get to infinite ice that you can't get around, right?
No. So that's what I've been trying to tell you. We're not subscribing to any particular layout of land masses.
Yeah, but how do we
Configuration
create a
of it.
correct layout, though? That's the thing, though.
You don't.
That doesn't make sense, though.
Yeah,
What do you mean you
no
don't? It's out
no
there. It
maps are accurate.
exists.
No maps are accurate. 100%
Right,
accurate.
but we should be able to make an accurate map, you understand? You can go out there, sail, make an accurate map.
Well, if that's your endeavor, then good luck.
Hold on.
Yeah, I guess over the past decade or so, all right, there's been people that will have supported that idea that that the Earth is laid out as such with an ice ring surrounding it, represented by the azimuth or equidistant North Pole centered projection of the globe. Right, they flatten the globe out, and that's what you get if you put North Pole in the center. People are saying, well, that's probably what flat Earth is like, and this is how the sun moves around above it, and stars and planets, the moon, all that, right? Presenting some sort of cosmological idea that they can't even prove is true. So we've moved away from that. We realised that's a very fundamentally flawed argument to make because you can't prove it. Right? We're not going to, in doing that, we're just going to discuss the fundamental properties, the nature of matter, surface of water, and the fact that the Earth is experienced, measured, and used as a topographical plane, and then maybe discuss other such factors of nature, such as gas pressure, and what's required for that to exist. The fact that we don't observe, or experience or measure any motion of this thing that we're on, the surface of the Earth. I'm not trying to give you any replacement cosmology. Compare the globe to a particular type of flat Earth model. It's not what we're about here. Sorry. There's other people that will call themselves flat earthers that will want to defend such things, but we're not going to do that here. We could possibly talk about how, how maps, how the globe and how they say that the land masses are configured on the globe. To talk about that, how they came to those conclusions. I'm not that well versed on it. My understanding is that from sky observations, celestial object positions in the sky relative to the observer standing on the surface of the Earth. But all that starts with assuming that the Earth is a plane and measuring angles to those things, elevation angles to those things in the sky. Trying to gauge and determine one point on the surface of the Earth relative to another point on the surface of the Earth, with regards to stars like Polaris, right? And converting it into a coordinate system, and then portraying that coordinate system into a particular type of shape. Or there's other people can talk about that in more depth than me, if you're interested. And wait till somebody like Indio comes in, or Amy, what's his name, Master Yoda. And there's others talk to you about that in more depth.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Anyway, I want to talk with someone in this huge VC.
Hello. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. So, I have no idea what I gonna talk about in this VC. Would you give me some suggestions? What kind of topic I would try to start?
Well, the topic is about the shape of the Earth. So, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Shape of the Earth. Oh, it's kind of like it's kind of orange shape, orange shape. So yeah, I just know it. So what about your?
It's kind of what? Can you repeat that?
Oh, our Earth shape is kind of orange fruit shape.
Orange. Okay. Like a ball.
Yeah, like a ball. Yeah. So am I right?
Okay. Well, what is your proof for that?
My proof, like it's so intricate to give you right now, but I will try my best. Like I know, like I don't know, I forgot. Like when I was in high school, I heard that maybe like the scientist whose name is Pythagoras, or I forgot. He tried to research about the Earth shape, and he mentioned that like the Earth shape looked like as a orange.
Okay. So you just learned it in school.
I just heard that. Maybe I didn't learn it, but
Okay.
my mom says that like I heard that before.
So, is there any way that you can verify this in reality? So, aside from the textbooks, what can you do to verify what the shape of the Earth is?
Um, well, you know what? Like I shout the art. It's look like really orange for it. So I would say that like yeah, the art shape it's a orange or a flag.
Yes, but we've established that you learned it or you heard it from somebody else, right? So my question is, what can you do? What can I do to
Yeah.
check how is it an orange shape or a ball shape or flat? What can we do?
We can search it on Google and we could yeah, we could search it on Google and Google would try to give us the exact exact answer. Like how does it look like?
Is so everything you read on Google is correct?
Yeah, yeah, Google is correct.
Well, do you believe a man can get pregnant?
No, why
Hmm.
would I believe that?
Well, at one point, Google was saying that a man can get pregnant. Is that true?
Mm, maybe, yeah, because
Oh,
sometimes
a man can get
pregnant,
pregnant, maybe.
not me. Like I saw a lots of men got pregnant, and that's not a fake news. Like that's truth.
There's a man that got pregnant.
Bangladesh, I seen one man got pregnant by his brother.
What? Okay. What is where? Show me the article.
To be honest, I think it's like never even ever uploaded. online or social media or Google. So that's why I show you, but couldn't show you.
Okay. So then everything that Google says is correct, regardless of what we know from our experience, nature, science, regardless of that, what Google tells us is correct. That's your position.
Mm, yeah, maybe. Like I didn't get any kind of, how would I explain that? Like when I try to search something, and when when I try to search something, or when I try to know something from Google, and Google give gave me Google's answer. So, and I realized that, or I researched that before, like Google was correct.
Okay, so then not everything that Google tells us is correct. Some things are correct. Some things are maybe we need to do a further research to make sure that it's correct, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so then would you agree with me at least on this point that men cannot get pregnant? That's something that all of us here could agree, regardless of it's a flat earther or globe earther. Is that something we can agree?
I'm sorry, like I don't know about this.
Okay, can we agree that men cannot get pregnant? Is that true?
To be honest, I don't think so. Like no, it's not true.
It's not true men can't. So can you get pregnant?
If I fucked by someone, maybe I would get pregnant.
Have you ever taken a biology class?
What?
Have you taken a biology class?
Um,
Do you know
um,
what biology is?
oh yeah, I know biology is. Like when I was in
Okay.
high school, I studied about biology. Yeah.
And
It's
in
a common
biology,
sense stuff.
did they teach you about anatomy and the difference between men and women, all that? Did they teach you that?
Oh, to be honest, maybe they did that, but I forgot.
Oh, maybe you should go back and review because if we can't agree on whether or not men can get pregnant, then
Yeah.
I don't think there's at least from my end, I don't know if I can have a conversation with irrational mind like that.
Oh, okay, got you. But I don't know about the biologically is, but I saw that like a man really got pregnant by miracle or practically. I don't know it, but yeah, it's true.
No, it's not true. There's no uh historically, scientifically, any ickly that you can think of that a man can get pregnant. Okay? And
Um,
first you
okay,
need to understand that before you can go into any other topics. Okay?
okay.
Yeah. But
What's the-
I hear Necros. I gotta step out for a few minutes. So, Necros, if you want to take over, that would be great.
Yeah, no problem. So I just wanted to add to what she told you that men can get pregnant. Also, if by any miracle
Yeah.
it happened that someone they put a kid inside a man's stomach, they can't give birth because their skeleton, the skeleton of there is the difference between the skeleton of man and the woman. There is a bone that is called ibis. That bone is different between the man and the woman, and in the woman body, you have
Yeah.
like a cavity with there is the size of the head of a baby or a fetus that women can give birth. They are
Uh,
built they are built for that. Men
yeah.
can't because they don't have many things that allows them to get pregnant or give birth. That's that's why it's impossible.
Oh yeah. I didn't like. As I told you that before. Like I was joking, but oh yeah, I got you the point. You mean like to be honest, I have to use some bad words. Like I don't know how would I explain that, but I think the bad words I if I try to use some bad words might be I would try to explain my like maybe I would try to explain that. So you just say it like a girl, she has the ass and she could birth by the ass, but in a boy, like she has not. Like in a boy, he has not that same thing like as a girl, so that's why she could not birth. Like that's why he couldn't birth like as a girl. Am I
I
right,
agree.
Necros?
Yeah, I understand you. Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah. But to be honest, like I'm here because like I just want to improve my English. Like my English is not good like as your and others. So that's why I couldn't speak properly. I'm so sorry about that. Like, might be you feel so bored to talk with me.
No, definitely not. I'm not bored or anything, and your English is not broken or anything. I'm learning English too, so I'm struggling. Me too. So there is no problem. It's just because there is my son with me here, so I'm taking care of my kid too.
Oh, oh, I got you. That's good. Is anybody here who wanna talk with us? Guys, if you don't mind, is anybody here like who able to talk with us? Someone called me an idiot. It's okay. It's okay. Lad, if you don't mind, could you unmute yourself? I just want to talk with you. Why not? Can I know the reason? Oh, it's fine. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's fine. Okay, I'll be here, but might be after 15 or 20 minutes later, I'll get out of here because to sleep. But it's okay. You in the gym. Good luck with your gym, okay? With your practice. Jesus Christ and Albab.
Where did you see that it was a globe?
Okay. Who's this guy? Old dude. If you have questions, I can link info. Okay, so what kind of questions I would ask you, my bro? Are you in here? Oh, where is this guy who just texted me in the side chat? Who? Okay, he's not in here. So Jesus Christ, did you say something to me, bro? I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, where did you see it was a globe from? From TV or school?
The glob?
Yeah, back to Earth shape. Where did you see it?
Okay. I did see it from the, as I just told you, and yeah.
Okay. Do you have any proof of that? Like, can you go outside and measure it?
Specifically, I have no any kind of particular proof or something like that, but I do believe that because you know what, like so many people say that like the earth it's look like a flat or like an orange shape, so I do believe that. Um, Hello, lad. So can we talk right now? Hello, lad. You're not audible. You was what? Okay, I'm still at the gym. It's fine. It's fine. Let your gym finish then till we talk. Inshallah. So, guys, hello. What do you mean it's a ball? Like, what do you think, guys? I'm already told you lots of opinion of mine, so I just want to know about your opinion. So tell me why you are not thinking that like the Earth is not like a ball or not like a shape of orange. Mm-hmm. Okay, but why?
Oh, what's going on, man?
Bro, you can see the side chat, then you talk.
Oh shit! I just figured I'd jump in because no one else was speaking. But yeah, how's it going, man?
My day is going good, bro, but just really hectic right now with his like with her gym.
With the what?
With her gym, with her workup or warm up right now. Like she's in gym right now.
Oh, you're at the gym. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What brings you to the room?
As the ledge says, the Earth is measured flat and utilized flat. Outer space is fake. Okay. So why do you think that?
Because those are the results that we have. People have gone out and
Okay.
tested, and that's what they get. You know what I mean? So there's a stark contrast with the story that we're all told that we live on a giant ball, as you see in the side chat, the image that old dude posted. We're told that we live on that, but when people go out and they take measurements, it doesn't
Yeah.
map up with that. So there's a problem. Follow?
Oh yeah, I agree then. Okay, got you, bro. That was a good explanation.
So that's why. Now, if you're aware of stuff that we're not, I mean, by all means, I'm pretty sure most people would like to hear that. But as far as many of us can tell, there's a mismatch, and it leads us to conclude, hey, if it's not curving, then it's flat.
Oh. Okay. Someone already gave a good explanation in the side. As you can recheck it, guys, in the side chat. Okay, and he saying that like we tested the globe dimensions against the reality, it doesn't fit. Okay, Earth measures directly as non-curving. Okay, so let me check. Okay. Oh. Okay. So Pythagorean. Okay.
Yeah.
Theorem.
Wait, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at the picture who just sent in the side chat, bro. Like,
Okay. But do you
yeah, like,
understand what you now? I don't think anyone's asking you to memorize these numbers or anything, but do you understand the concept
to be
that's being?
honest, like it's pretty difficult to understand. So I have no idea about any kind of measurements, or I don't know. As you know, like my English is pretty fucked up,
Okay.
so that's why I
Well,
cannot understand that.
no problem. Okay, well, let me give you an analogy. Okay, something to think about.
Okay, okay,
Do you know
go.
what Do you know what a basketball is?
Yeah, I know. I know a basketball. Yeah.
Do you know what a ruler is?
Oh yeah, I know. A ruler is. Yeah, I know.
In your mind, okay, picture taking a basketball, putting it on your table, okay? And then take a ruler and put the middle of that ruler on the top of the basketball,
Oh yeah.
okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you see it's kind of like wobbling around a little bit, right? It's unstable. Like at the middle point of the ruler, it's touching the basketball, but on either sides there's a gap, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Okay.
Right.
Then.
Right. And what's more interesting about that is you'll see that the gap closer to the middle is very small. But as you go
Mm-hmm.
further out on either side, that gap grows bigger and bigger and bigger. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this concept applies no matter the size of the basketball. If you have a basketball or a giant ball the size of the earth or whatnot, just depending on the size of the ruler, of course, that same idea applies. That on either side, from a given point, there will be a greater and greater gap between that line or that ruler or whatever and the surface of the ball. Follow?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So what people have done is they've gone out into the world and emulated this. So they didn't take a ruler per se, but they've done stuff like using lasers. You know what a laser is?
Laser.
A laser is it's a very bright light, kind of like a light, like a lightsaber in Star Wars type of
Laser.
thing. You
I.
know Star Wars.
Yeah, laser. I know laser. Okay. Yeah.
A laser, right? So they've taken lasers and gone out to the shoreline over a giant lake, for example. It's very
Yeah.
big. And from one side to the other, depending on the size of the lake, there should be a noticeable gap if you shine a laser perfectly straight outwards. Right? So you see the parallel, right? You see the idea between the ruler and the laser. If you take the laser and you shoot it straight out over a certain distance, there should be a larger and larger gap between the laser and the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. So when people have done this and measured these distances or these gaps, they don't find that the gap is increasing in the manner that we would expect if we were on a ball of the size that they tell us.
Mm-hmm.
For example, okay, that's just one of many. So when people see that, it makes you think, are we on a giant ball at all? You understand? You hear where we're coming from?
Yeah, I did understand that.
That's it. That's the idea.
That was a good. Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, think about that for a bit, right? Feel free to ask any questions, whatever. I'm pretty sure a lot of people will have some more material that they can give you. I'm just going to make a coffee, okay? So I'll be back or whatever. I'll be listening. If anyone else wants to follow up on that, please do.
Okay. To be honest, like I have to go and I have to visit another rooms. I have to go. Have a good day.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
What's up, Mojo?
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, why is that every time I enter this voice chat, everyone is muted? No one's talking.
Because we're waiting for somebody to bring evidence of the globe.
Sorry?
We're waiting for someone to bring evidence for the globe.
Oh,
Do you have evidence for the globe?
no, I'm not interested in this topic.
Why aren't you interested in this topic?
Because it's useless information. Yeah. What's the benefits of knowing the shape of the Earth?
Well, you get to learn more about the place where you live.
Yeah, I can live in it without knowing its shape, and I would be fine.
I'll put you this
Totally.
way. If you owned 100 acres and you never went outside to go explore your 100 acres, what benefits would your 100 acres be to your home?
I think that's a different example.
Well, if you knew the
Everybody
boundaries of your 100 acres, right,
Yeah.
then you would know what you could do within that 100 acres.
Personally, I think Earth
Hello,
itself
people.
is like a sphere. We cannot see the flatness because it's too wide. It's too big. So that's why we cannot observe flat.
How big is it?
3,600 kilometers, I think its radius.
6,300 kilometers. Well, I mean, that's fine and dandy. But
If may I ask you, what do you personally think or believe?
why? What do
Like,
you mean? I know the Earth is flat.
do you support
They
flat Earth?
they told me when I went to the water that the horizon was 4.5 kilometers away, and I wound up seeing the kilometer behind things that were 10 kilometers away.
Well, I'm so sorry. My English is limited. I cannot understand you, but I don't have enough experience or knowledge to argue in this topic.
Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you this, okay? I'm gonna take you down a little walk. They tell you at 170 centimeters tall that the horizon is 4.5 kilometers away. Now, when I go to the water and I look at something that's 10 kilometers away, I should see the horizon in front of it. It should be blocking some of the thing that's 10 kilometers away. But instead, I see something 10 kilometers away, and then I see the horizon behind the thing that's 10 kilometers away. Now, it's supposed to be 4.5 kilometers away, but it's beyond 10 kilometers. So therefore, the Earth can't be a sphere. And the reason the Earth can't be a sphere is because if the horizon is supposed to be, or no, I'm sorry, if the moon is going around the Earth and satellites are going around the Earth, they require the horizon to be 4.5 kilometers away. They need the Earth to be that size to say that those things are where they say they are. But if the Earth is bigger than that, then the entire story is wrong.
Yeah. I regret to inform you that I didn't understand a thing because, as I told you, my English is limited, and I think this topic is
He says
complicated.
Earth is not a globe, man.
Sorry.
You said Earth is not a globe. It's not like a globe.
Well, for me, if it was a sphere, that's great. If it was flat, that's great. It's all the same to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
If the
doesn't
Earth is
matter.
too big, if the Earth is too big to see curve, then you know it's flat.
I once watched a video that explaining this. Earth is too wide, so in the level of a human vision, it must be flat because it's too big.
But we see too far.
Sorry.
See too far.
Well, sir, do you have like official, not official, like something I can go back to and learn more, like YouTube, the documentary or something?
Sure, hold on. Yeah, send them an invite to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Got all the information there. Yeah, you got an invite there now, and then I'm gonna give you in your DM so you don't lose this. Here, accept my friend request.
Give me a second. Okay.
All right. If you will watch these videos, these are all laser tests,
Mm.
and lasers shoot straight lines, and so
So the
they're
late.
measuring. If the Earth was curving, then the further away that you are, the higher above your head the laser should be.
Oh, this is a playlist. Okay, I will watch it later, hopefully.
Sure.
You know, like when it comes to this topic, I respect both perspectives. You know.
You could say that, but you're still biased towards the globe, and we know why. But the English language might be a little too difficult. You only
Sorry.
know the Earth is a globe because you were taught as a little child. You have no
That's
evidence that it's a globe.
You don't have any evidence that it's flat.
Yeah, dude, it's not
Yeah, we
curving.
do. Go outside.
If the Earth is not curving, Ron, what is it? Ron. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be what? Are you scared, Ron?
Did he just jump in here just to say, no, you're wrong, and then leave?
That's all I did. That's all I did. And why are you here, Ron?
He came here to punch a punching bag or something, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we're still waiting on evidence that the Earth is a globe, so we all experience it as flat and motionless. What's up, Ron? You're not going to grab a mic? I'm not going to sit here and talk to dead air, man.
No, he's scared. He just wants to know how old you are.
Where's the corners of the Earth if the Earth is flat? It's irrelevant, man. Water has to be curving around a ball if the Earth is a ball.
He doesn't want to know the measurement. He only wants to know why you think this, how old you are, corners.
And he's gone.
Yeah, funny how when I point that out, he leaves.
Hey, Majo, you're still hot micing, bub.
Sorry?
Your microphone is open. You've got
Sorry,
feedback
sorry.
on your mic.
I will mute it right now.
Yeah, man. If you have any questions, feel free to open your microphone. I appreciate the etiquette, courtesy.
Yo,
What's up, ADTY?
I'm driving, so if my voice is no good, let me know and I'll mute.
You sound good, bro.
I'm only going slow at the moment. When I speed up, it might get worse. Have you guys seen that flat earther called Kyle? Don't know his second name.
It's a negative for me. I haven't heard of a Kyle flat earther.
Goes on streams with his child.
Okay, and
Super religious. He's just a horrible human being.
so why is he horrible?
It's hard to explain. You have to watch some of his videos.
Well, it's hard to respond to you then. Sorry.
Anyway, live on a globe. So let's start there.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive.
Mind if I ask why? You're positive?
Yo, I'm gonna mute that because I can't hear you very well. I'll go on when I get home.
All right, try again later. Mic check 1 2. Mic check.
You're good.
Thank you.
What's up, Abdo?
What's up, bro?
What are you saying, brother?
I don't know, bro. I just want to listen to you. What your evidence? To be honest, I don't think the I don't know. I don't know if the Earth is flat or rounded. So I want to listen to the evidence. What are you saying?
Well, first of all, the major evidence would be there is no curvature, there is no motion of the Earth. Every claim that comes from the globe literally defies the natural laws of physics that we know of. So the globe model isn't present in reality. It's only by realizing that you'll start to realize what we mean when we say the Earth is flat. What we mean is the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Spinning.
It can't be a spinning ball because if it was a ball, there would be curvature, and if it was spinning, there would be motion. Now we have literally no way to detect either motion or curvature. So if it's not curving, what is it?
Flat, maybe. But if it's not curving, how our eyes can see? I don't know. When you feel the Earth is rounded when you like see the sea. You feel it's have an end, but it's not.
Yeah,
And
but
also, I
you don't.
studied about
You
physics.
don't.
I didn't see any of these rules. You just tell me the physics is just proved that the Earth can't be moving. What is the math in physics that have said that? And
Take a look. Take a look at this photo.
yeah,
At what point are
what
we
are the
seeing curvature? You said when we look into the ocean, we see curvature,
yes,
but actually, that whole skyline there should be 2,400 feet behind and below curvature. So when do we actually experience curvature? I can send a couple more if you like, but we don't observe any curvature. The horizon is literally horizontal. It's not curved.
yes. Okay, you have a good point, to be honest. But I feel like we only see the huge buildings. I can't see any small building. If the if the Earth was flat, I can see every single building in the city, but I only see the huge building. So that means the Earth is curved and only showed me the huge building, and the small building is under the sea.
No, brother, we can show you small boats, we can show you large boats. Like that is 2,400 feet below curve. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I'm with you. Okay. Do you have anything else to say? Like, to be honest, in myself, I tend to think the Earth is flat because when we see the ball that they draw for us when say NASA have crossed the atmosphere and take a picture for the Earth and this is our Earth. I don't know. I feel like they are lying. I don't feel this is image is true. But yeah, how we can say to them, yo, you're not right.
You're on the right page.
Yes.
Well, if the Earth was curving, shouldn't there be some evidence of that? Shouldn't there be some height or some distance where we would experience curvature?
Can you repeat what you said? Please again. I couldn't hear you well.
Sorry, brother. I said if the Earth was curving, there should be some height or some distance where the curvature would be experienced. Yet we have line of sight instruments, laser tests. They go up to 100 miles with no curvature.
Yes. It's a good point. I have told you that.
So we have no evidence of curvature. We have no
Other than
evidence of
NASA.
motion on the Earth. Yeah, and we have no evidence you can have a vacuum of space in the sky. So literally all the claims of the globe are just it's unprovable, which makes the globe a belief, a bit like a religion.
Yes, this is the truth.
So I don't know about you, but I want to make my decisions based on logic. I don't want to make my decisions based on belief. I don't want to have to believe a model that cannot be proven in reality. There's enough lies in this world, so I want to be able to know things to be true. I don't want to believe them.
Mm. Yes, I have told you before. I tend to think that the Earth is flat because I don't believe NASA have crossed the atmosphere and take a picture from from the moon. But no, you can't tell anyone the Earth is flat. He will make fun of you. Why? You don't have real evidence. You just show me a photo that's you told me there's no curve. See, there's no curve, and the one who say the Earth is flat can get other photo, show you, yeah, where's the other side of the country, like China and America. There's a sea between them. Why we can't see China from America? Something like that. Or Italy or Egypt, because I'm in Egypt. We have sea between us. I can't see Italy when I look at the sea. This is proves the Earth is rounded.
No, it doesn't.
I can't.
No, it doesn't.
What? It isn't. Yeah.
Whoever's making that claim, it just proves that they don't understand optics and they don't understand the atmosphere.
Optics?
So, yeah, there's a limit of how
Okay.
far you can see. You can't see forever. So, even if you had the most powerful camera that doesn't exist today, a more powerful camera than our most powerful camera, you still wouldn't be able to see that far because the
Telescopes.
atmosphere itself, yeah, but the atmosphere itself eventually compounds. It compounds and creates like an opaqueness. So eventually you'll be looking through so much atmosphere that the atmosphere will start to blur images out in the distance. So you wouldn't be able
Yeah.
to see forever with an atmosphere.
Yes, and
Yeah,
I got with the idea, man.
it's
If you have a telescope, if you put a telescope from like in Egypt and Italy, like I've told you, we have sea between us. If I put a telescope at the start of the sea in Egypt, and I could see Italy. This is proves the Earth isn't rounded, because if it was rounded, I should see the space, not Italy, because it's already rounded because I didn't see it.
No, you can't see forever, my friend. I'm sorry, I did miss what you said. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, I understand what have you said, but I told you if I have the most powerful NASA claimed that you have the most powerful telescopes that they can see stars from 200 years before or something like that. I will use one of these telescopes if I had the capability. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but what are we really seeing? We're seeing lights in the sky, and they're telling you stories about those lights in the sky. We have no way to verify what we're seeing is anything more than a light in the sky. The rest is just a story, my friend. In reality, we have no way to prove that you can see forever. We know how light behaves. Light scatters. Light will attenuate. We know that through the atmosphere, you'll have turbulence. You'll have refraction. You'll have all sorts of atmospheric effects. And we know that the human eye can only see so far. So literally everything in nature tells us that we wouldn't be able to see forever and that there is limits to how far we can see and how far light can travel. But they will have you believe that you can see forever because they tell you they can see galaxies light years away. But we can't verify that. It's just another story.
Yes, I agree.
So what can we prove? The only thing we can prove is that the earth is treated as motionless and that every industry treats the earth as flat. We don't account for curvature in anything, whether it's ballistics, rocketry, building. We don't take account curvature to build bridges. There's nothing you do in reality where you treat the earth as a spinning ball. And I'd agree with you. People will ridicule. Some people do like to ridicule, but it's usually the people who are too afraid to actually ask questions and question their fundamental belief. Like those people
Yes.
are not really a threat to anybody.
Yeah. Or just believe anything, any rumors that NASA say. Yeah, yes, this Elon Musk man, the most rich man and most high IQ in the world. If he says something, it's true, just like that.
Yeah, and I would say most intelligent people, even in the fields of I don't know
Make mistakes.
astronomy, well, it's not just mistakes. They make assumptions. Most people just assume somebody's measured the Earth. Most people hear the story about the guy from ancient Greece with the sticks and shadows, and when they were told at school that that proves we live on a ball, they don't even they don't even think, well, is this possible on a flat surface? It's just something that's planted into your mind that the ancients thought the earth was flat. Silly them, they didn't have sticks and shadows. I don't know. People just make assumptions and then they never question. So there's plenty of intelligent people who will swear to you the earth is a ball, but they have no proof. They have no proof, and to even question it, they would laugh. But actually, this is just indoctrination, you know? They've been taught
And
only silly people.
indoctrination? What indoctrination means? I'm sorry.
Well, from birth, they show you images of the globe. They show you, the planets and the stars. They tell you the stories. It's the first thing they teach you at school.
Yes.
So because they get us so early, we become indoctrinated by the story. And
Yes,
human
it
beings are a
becoming.
sucker for a good story, you know?
Yes, this is true. You are unwittingly believes that Earth is rounded and make fun of anyone that, or yeah, I can say words fail me. Like say a positive of your deep thinking. You can't believe him. Yeah, this is
Exactly,
true,
bro.
man. 100%.
And ridicule is always a sign of weakness, my friend. Whenever you see ridicule, there's always insecurity.
Yes, he doesn't
Now,
have answer to answer you. He just make fun.
there you go. There you go. Because in reality, like there is, and I'm talking every single claim of the globe, there is a logical flat earth answer. It's just we've not been taught the alternative to, you know, to long distance observations. It just so happens that the globe is the size of the globe is the exact numbers that you would use to show you the limit of how far you can see. So people will see a ship disappear on the horizon and they'll say, yeah, that's because the Earth's this big. But actually, those numbers and that distance is the same limit if the Earth was flat, just based on the resolution limits of
Right.
optics. So
Right.
the globe Earth has been backwards engineered from perspective. They've taken what we see in perspective and said that's because of a ball. But actually, when you actually do the math, you'll find that perspective has a limit. We see in a dome of vision, and everything will converge into the horizon, into what's called a vanishing point at the exact same place where there's supposed to be a curve. So people just assume, oh yeah, that's because we live on a ball. No, it could also be because of optics, and that's the limitation of your view, the limitation of your eyesight.
Yes. So this is a good point, to be honest. But what's your explanation for the sun? Like some places have sun and some places doesn't. Like when we have sun, America doesn't have light, have a moon. How flat Earth explains this environment or sun and moon things?
Very simple, my friend. It's a combination of the things we've already discussed. Light has a limit, and when the sun goes away from you, it goes beyond the limitations of where we can see. And when it moves, it takes the light with it. So that the sun would be a lot closer to the Earth than 93 million miles and will act like a spotlight. And if you take a spotlight in a very, very, very large room or, outside, and then you go far enough away, it takes the light with it.
Yes,
The
that's
sun
true.
seems to be on a circuit around the Earth.
It's a good point.
Very simple, my friend. Light will not travel forever because we know we have light attenuation. We have an extinction rate. Light will disperse into the atmosphere until eventually you'll get like a dusk. You'll get like a warm glow to the air. And the further it goes away, eventually it takes the light with it.
Yes.
I know it sounds too simple to be true, but this is what we do know about light. Like when it comes to experiments and observations, this is how we experience the Earth. There are limits to how far you can see. There are limits to how far light can travel. There's no curvature. There's no motion. And you can't have a vacuum of space in the sky. So what we're actually seeing in the sky are lights.
Yes.
Do you know the original word for planet didn't mean
Why?
what it means today?
What the original
A
word of
planet,
planet?
a planet means a wandering star. That's the original meaning for the word planet, a wandering star. Now we think it means a ball of rock or a ball of gas in a vacuum far, far away. But it never meant that to begin with. The planets were always just known as wandering stars.
Mm. Okay. To be honest, I don't have any question to ask. This is so satisfying.
Well, I just encourage you to, really focus on critical thinking and logic, because there's a story they tell us, but it goes against logic. It goes against the laws of nature. It goes against the laws of science that we have, whether it's gravity, whether it's space. There is a more logical explanation on a flat Earth, something that has actual tangible evidence here on the ground on Earth. Everything they claim can't be proven from Earth. And that to me is not logical.
Yeah. They are so ridiculous, to be honest. They told us the Earth is moving with a huge speed, and suddenly, I don't know, I feel against itself or introduct with itself. If the Earth is moving by huge speed, why the sun itself also doesn't roll between the countries with this speed? Why we can't feel this speed? Yes,
Yeah. And everything they'll tell you is because of things we can't prove. You have to believe. You just have to believe.
you have to put the people that say this is honest
Yeah.
people and didn't lie. Maybe this helps someone business. So, I don't know, because that they taught us this in school.
Well, I don't really like to speculate, but I can think of 100 reasons why they would do this, why they would lie. I don't like to give those reasons, because if you don't like my reason, you might think, oh, that's not convincing. I don't
Oh
believe him.
no, it's not about the reason. There's many reasons, but I would like to listen, to be honest. Give me one reason at least.
Well, one reason is that most people believe they're in the middle of nowhere in an ever expanding universe. It means that this place is not very significant, and that we should just be lucky to be here. It removes the idea of a creator. People just think that they're evolved animals,
Mm.
on the edge of nothing, really. And I think that has a profound effect on your philosophy. I think that has a profound effect on your spirituality. And it's allowed them to build a foundation of lies on something that can't be proven either way. So now people are afraid of asteroids. People are talking about aliens. People think their great, 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 great ancestors was an animal. People think they're animals. And I think
Yes.
the list can go on, brother. The list can go on. They've really taken away any uniqueness to us, when in reality, we observe, even in their own science, we observe ourselves as the center. We are the center, and there's an equivalence to the sky, whether you're heliocentric or geocentric, the sky would still work the same, right? So there's
This is
actually
a
no evidence for this.
this is a really, really good point. Why they taught us this in school? No, yeah, they maybe also. I think uh, one of the reasons they didn't want anyone to escape their control. So didn't get out of their countries with their control. There's no way. There is no other way to go. The Earth is so small. We have all the places. Yes.
Exactly. I didn't even say that one. Have you seen the Truman Show with Jim Carrey?
Yeah, this idea come up to my mind by itself.
And he says, I want to be an explorer. And the teacher says, oh, there's nothing left to explore. Shut him down.
Yes.
Imagine
You
if there
can't
was
go
more
anywhere.
land. Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if there was more land. But people don't think
Yeah.
that, because they've been presented a map that they can't verify. They've been
And the people
presented
who
an
did it
idea that there's nothing
were not
else. Yeah.
Yes, and will not leave anyone control them like a president. La, I don't like your rules. I will go away just like that. No, you have to stay because there is no place Earth, another place on Earth. We all countries have take all the place. You have no other way to go. Yes, you're right.
It has a profound effect on us. You know, we really start to believe our world is very small and that we're insignificant. And just look at nihilism. You know, people moping around thinking, why do I need to be a good person? Why do I need to do anything? You know, there's just no point to this existence. This has directly come about because of this belief, I believe. This belief has created a real nihilistic worldview in science, and people just don't care anymore. I genuinely think this is all because of the globe.
Yeah, I agree with you. Man. This is was really, really, really good discussions.
But this is all speculation, brother. Like, we don't need to speculate and what the reasoning is. If there's no evidence, then the empirical argument, the empirical data will show you whether we live on a ball or not. And all the empirical data show us that we're on a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's what it is. Whether you like it or not, that's what the data shows. You know, being a flat earther isn't a choice. It's just a realization moment. Oh, I choose logic. I choose empiricism over a belief. You know, it just is what it is.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you.
And in all honesty, when it comes to the ridicule or when it comes to people fighting against it, most people here will tell you, like, you can believe what you want. It's up to you. We're just here to share that in the hope that people will start thinking more logically. We genuinely think that the more people realize where they live and the actual evidence, that it's going to encourage critical and logical thinking. And we think the world will be a better place with more critical thinkers. So whether you want to be a flat earther or not, it doesn't matter to us as long as you're thinking logically.
Yes, because it's not well. It's if you believe or not. Like if I discussion with someone, it's not well. It will not change anything for me. But if you believe, you're more logically thinking. Yes, it will improve your thinking or your brain. This is truth, 100%.
Yeah, it requires no belief. It just requires a questioning
Looking
of
at
evidence.
evidence. Yeah,
Yeah,
looking at
where's the
evidence. Just
evidence?
yes, not
Yeah.
just listening to some rumors some rich guy says about Earth.
You know, a cult is that which is a group of people who believe something that they can't prove for themselves. It usually involves somebody special having this unique knowledge that only they can access or only they are privy to. That's literally what NASA is. And they've created a cult and they call it culture. The world is literally in a cult of belief.
They think they are in a culture.
Yeah, it's become the culture. Yep. And stepping away from that is seen as crazy because they invented this term conspiracy theorist. So they want to link direct evidence into like a conspiracy idea. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory, sorry. It's just stepping out of the globe cult and being honest. There is no evidence for any of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't no governors.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Just another day in paradise, my friend. How about yourself, sir?
Very good, very good. Having a good chat with Abdul. He seems very logical, very switched on.
Well, I like the sound of that. Can you give me just a hair of a synopsis?
We're just talking about evidence and making your decisions based on logic rather than belief. I mean,
I love
Abdo,
it.
do you
That's a great conversation.
yeah. Oh yeah. He seems quite logical, man. I mean, Abdo, do you know that there's a difference between belief and knowledge? Would you define them as different?
Yeah. I know there's a difference between belief and logic, but I don't say the difference. But it's belief when you think something is exist. The knowledge when you know by truth something is exist. I think this is uh, the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're going to go by that logic, something that you know something to be true means you've got direct interaction with it, right? You can go and verify it. And when it comes to the globe, unverifiable in every sense, my friend, every sense.
Yes, rather than the photos that NASA show you. Look, the Earth is rounded. We have to take a photo from the moon.
Yeah. There are people who get paid, hundreds of thousands of pounds to be creative and get sophisticated with this backwards engineering of perspective, like I told you. So now people think by looking at the stars is proof that we live on a ball. But like I told you, there's an equivalence to the sky. Whether you're on a flat surface or whether you're on a ball, the sky would have moved the same way. So it's like a sleight of hand. It's like a magician, the sleight of hand trick. It's amazing till you realize how the trick is done. So then it just becomes a scam.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody wants to add to anything or ask Abdo a few questions or anything.
No, to be honest, I don't have any other questions. In the discussions, I more believe or acknowledge more the Earth is flat. Like I have told you in the first, I don't believe NASA that they go to the moon and take a picture of the Earth because a lot of things my English is fail me to explain it. Like the planet system in the Earth when you want to travel from a country to a country, like why there's when you like I don't know the two countries are so close to each other like America or China. They took you from one point to another point like uh, for 40th hour in planet. Why we didn't go the opposite way? Just it's so close. They told you no, this is we can't cross this ocean or something like that. Yeah, yeah. I tend to believe the Earth is flat from the very beginning, but I don't have this strong evidence to say it loudly.
Well, you made a good point there. The flight routes don't make sense on a globe. I would agree with you there. They're not taking the shortest routes over long distances. Yeah, I'd agree with you. If you imagine the Earth, if you imagine the Earth to be portrayed in a flat orientation, we don't have a map, we don't have a model, but it definitely makes a lot more sense some of the flight routes that we see if there was a different orientation. And there's a guy in here, I hope you get to speak to him one day, called Dr. Yoda. He can literally tell you how they built that map, how they built the longitude and latitude coordinate system. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the ground. You know, they can depict the Earth with a coordinate system that works and tell you this is a ball, but it doesn't tell you how far the distances between countries are. It's actually very hard to verify that.
Yes, this is true.
But yeah, I don't think Yoda can talk at the moment. But yeah, like come back. You know, we've got some really educated guys in the channel who can really like
You
break this model down for you.
you are one of the educated men. Don't say that. You have a good points and you know what to say. I you you make my belief stronger a little bit.
Well, like I appreciate that, brother, but like in all honesty, bro, like I can tell you the general logic behind it. We've got some very smart people in this group, and I'm not one of them. So if you think I'm smart, dude, you'll be amazed at some of the guys in the flat Earth community.
I will be willing to. I really will be willing to meet one of them. I will come later, inshallah.
Yep, you're very welcome, bro. Very welcome.
Thank you for this discussion. Bye.
Wait,
Yep.
is this presently recording?
Yep, we are live on YouTube.
Okay.
Yo, Roots, why you say that, bro? You're smart too, man.
So, what's the position that we're discussing today? Is this the
Hello,
discussion of
people.
Earth being flat, or is this a discussion of the Earth being
Earth is a
round?
globe, mate. It's a globe.
It's a globe.
Earth, it's about is there any evidence for the globe? So we know that everybody believes it's a globe.
It's
Yeah,
actually
no
a
evidence that Earth is
geoid
flat either.
with they say that it's actually a geoid. That's the shape with abrasions and a bit flatter on the around the equator.
Yeah, Mr. Tyson says it's a bit chubbier, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, we don't have any evidence for that. We actually treat the Earth as flat and non-rotating in every industry. So even though that's the belief, there's no direct evidence for any curvature or any motion on the Earth.
Well, then, how
So
do you explain the circular movements of stars the the circular movements and repetitive patterns as exhibited by the sun uh, that causes it to be the way that it is? If you are to track the pattern of sun over the year, you will find that it moves like an infinity sign that resembles more like a spherical band. And if you change the perspective on that band and use and think that it's a spherical shape that is revolving around the sun, then it makes it more easier and it fits the pattern as well. If
yeah,
you're
I
used
understand. I understand what you're saying, but like, if we were geocentric or
Mhm.
heliocentric, the sky could work exactly the same. And you'll find that even with a ball, they had a geocentric model and all of the stars worked. There was a model called the Tycho Brahe model. Um, if you look into that, you'll see there's something called a kinematic equivalence to the sky, regardless of if we're the center or if the sun is the center. So what I'm saying is it's not the only explanation for the patterns we see in the sky. In fact, I would argue if you really get into the Tycho Brahe model, um, you know, it makes just as much sense. If anything, it makes more sense. You know, you can actually see the patterns of all of the stars. There seems to be a connection between them.
No, you're right. I mean, since we are talking about the perspective, then I can flatten up the globe and still see that all the laws of the universe, as described by the spherical models or the geocentric and heliocentric models, still hold. It's just that it becomes more Euclidean. Uh, the laws become more Euclidean in the form that the angles and the derivations become more longer.
I understand what you're saying, but you're making the assumption that we see visually in a Euclidean manner. We don't.
Yes,
We know that
we
there's
do.
a limit to how far you see. And the reason why things merge into the horizon and drop on the horizon is because we see in a non-Euclidean fashion. So actually, by assuming everything in a Euclidean fashion is not really taking into account how vision works. You know,
I mean,
we don't see things in their actual position as they get further away. Things will
but
drop into your horizon and into your vanishing point.
yeah, but we do see it in the way that we see light entering from two two sources, right? And then we try to model around and try to paint the picture of the of those points coming in, and then we try to superimpose the image, and then we see that how those images are interacting and interfering with each other. And as you're saying, the uh, talking about the ship, do you mean that the ship vanishing beyond the horizon is because of Euclidean um, perspective that we have?
No, I'm saying we see in a non-Euclidean perspective, non-linear. So yeah, like the reason why ships appear to go behind what you believe would be a curve of the Earth is because, and stars, for example, you know, the elevation to stars, the angles to stars, if you take everything as Euclidean, then the only explanation would be a ball. But we know we don't see in that manner. We don't see in a Euclidean way. We actually see in what's called a dome of perspective.
But how do you explain that using the Euclidean science, we have measured the distance of the stars, and then we have used spectrographic methods to measure the travel of time, of the decay of infrared light coming from these stars, uh, and these distances have been adjusted for parallax, and they are very accurate, thereby leading scientists to believe that it is by no doubt a circular Earth.
Yes, but we have no way to verify that these lights are as far as they say they are. If we could verify that these lights are, you know, I don't know, light years away, if we could verify the sun was 65 million miles away, or is it 95 million? I can't remember, but any star, we have no way to verify that. So all you have to do is make up a number that matches based on the assumption the Earth is a specific size. So once you've got your size, which is backwards engineered from perspective, then you make up the distances to the stars, and the whole model will work. But you
But that's
have
what
to
I'm
make up.
saying.
You don't arbitrarily make up the distance. That distance would be that because we've decided, okay, the light is taking X amount of time, but we have no way to verify that.
Right.
This is all based
But
on an assumption
But
that
that's how the
that we can
scientists are
verify
doing.
it.
They're using Euclidean mathematics to measure the distance of stars. They derive a point. They come with a number, and then afterwards they have devised instruments which can send, signals up in space, and then they can measure the return time, or they can measure the time it has been based on the spectrographic methods, based on the heat map of how the the map of the universe has been and how much of heat is being generated by a star. They have measured the stars to be uh, and the kind of heat that they're emanating to measure the time it has been that the stars have distance. Then they have used scientific papers to measure the distance based on the time of the universe that scientists have derived. And after all those measurements, they have come up with the distance of the stars as a number, right? I mean, I've not performed the mathematics myself, but this is what I read has happened.
But
And
you think that they can bounce light off something that's light years away and get a return bounce? Like, no, that's not what they're doing.
no, they're
You're kind of
measuring the
just
light that is coming from these places and the intensity of the infrared lights that are coming, the cosmic rays that are coming from these cosmic uh, what's the word?
my friend, we have
Entities, yeah.
problems though. We have problems. Like when it comes to spectroscopy, I'm not an expert. I can't sit here and debate the methodologies of spectroscopy, and maybe
No,
one of
I
the
mean,
flat
say
earthers can. But
there is
what I
this
can tell
gamma
you,
ray telescope.
yeah, but
Yeah.
hold on. What I'm telling you is none of that is consistent. None of that is consistent, and we get so many outlying numbers when it comes to even when it comes to trying to bounce things off the moon. We can bounce things off dark patches of sky and get a return. At the end of the day, we don't know what's up there. There could be something up there that's bouncing the light back, and at a certain point, you get a consistent bounce back. Yeah, great. But there's a lot of outliers, and there's a lot of data that isn't included. Like, we are not verifying that we are bouncing light off any heavenly body in the sky. There are so many outliers and there are so many mistakes that are not taken into account that this is no way to verify that, the lights in the sky are planets, and you definitely can't bounce anything off any star in the sky. So, there's a lot of stories around this, but there's no verification. I mean, when it comes down to it, we're arguing whether the surface of the Earth is curving and spinning. And in reality, we have no evidence of that whatsoever. We've got to keep this logical because otherwise you're just in the realm of belief. You're having to believe some data, some blips on a screen, and the data they're using is so cherry picked and so inconsistent, but they don't tell you that part of the story. I mean, we need to stay on the ground, my friend. Do we have any evidence of curvature? Do we have any evidence of the Earth spinning on its axis?
Okay. I'll try to. So you're saying that there needs to be simpler experiments that can actually prove these, uh, that can lead us
No, there
to
needs to be
find,
real. There needs to be real experiments. These things you're describing are not experiments. In order to have an experiment, you need a controlled environment, and then you need to be able to verify it. What you're talking about is taking and cherry picking data and already pre-assuming we're on a ball. There's no variables. You need a controlled experiment. You need a dependent and an independent variable. Then you need to be able to manipulate your independent variable to be able to do an experiment. So what you're talking about is not experiments. When it comes to experiments on the Earth will tell you we're not on a spinning, curving surface. And when it comes to the laws of nature and the laws of science, that'll tell you we can't have an out of space. You can't have a vacuum next to an open system. And the lights in the sky are just observation, step one of the scientific method. But an observation isn't any way to prove anything. You need an
Okay.
experiment for that. So what I'm telling you is, in
Uh,
reality,
I mean,
the logical
this is
answer.
Mhm.
Let me just
Right.
finish though. It's that the logical answer is that the Earth is non-rotating and that the surface isn't curving. That's what logic and knowledge will tell you. In order to believe we live in a heliocentric ball Earth paradigm, you're going to have to
Hmm.
go into belief, like a
No,
religion.
the deductive reasoning, as has been enshrined by uh, that human beings have come up with, that has led science to find answers to the questions that logic could not provide, has led us to a lot of answers that are simple enough to understand.
What deductive reasoning can we use to prove we live on a ball?
I mean, let's say that the shadow of any uh, any building falling on the earth with the rotational uh, movement of the sun, right? There has been a shift that has been observed in it. So by simple mathematics, we can find how time used to, how much time has elapsed between the changing of the shadow and the changing of
Okay,
the
using
movement of the
okay,
sun, right? And
I hear your
mhm,
claim. So let's put it in a syllogism. Let's use this deductive reasoning. So premise one is
mm.
what? Premise one, your premise is that what the shadows of sticks or whatever from the sun
I
is
mean, this is
is
not a
caused
premise, but
by what?
this is a fact that we see that the sun has been moving in the sky, right? This is fact one. Then the second fact is that
Okay.
by the by when light hits uh, an opaque object, it does not pass through, but it forms a shadow on the other side because there is absence of light there.
Okay. So what's your conclusion? Earth's a ball.
These are the two facts, and so so we see that movement of the sun can be recorded by the use of buildings or opaque objects dropping shadow on Earth, right?
Right. Okay. But is this only possible on a ball?
No, but when you measure the same shift of shadows on two different locations, right, and you measure that there can be less th- then you measure the differences, if there are any, in the length of the shadow because it's the same angle that it should be falling on. If it's a flat earth or if it's a spherical one, then the angles would be different, right? Because the height of
No,
the
no. But hold
buildings
on.
can
That's
be
false.
different, right? How
But
come?
that's false because if the sun was X amount closer, you could get the exact same shadow length on a flat surface. So you can recreate this whole Aristophanes experiment because I think that's what you're alluding to. You can recreate that on a flat surface with a more localized light source.
Hmm.
So if the sun's 95 million miles away, then yeah. But if it's not and it's closer, then no. This is not a logical deduction. This is not, you don't have the clear premises. You don't have a conclusion that this can only happen on a ball because we can't verify the sun is 95 million miles away. So when it comes to the sun, what's more realistic? A 95 million mile away sun that's creating corpuscular rays through clouds or a more localized sun? Because we see these corpuscular rays. We see these light rays coming from a source that looks a lot more local than 95 million miles away. So it's not even logical to assume that Earth is 95 million miles away because we're supposed to be receiving parallel light rays. Somebody's just put a picture in the chat. It's Matrix. If the sun was 95 million miles away, we should be getting parallel light rays. And if we had parallel light rays, that first image on the split screen image there, that's how we should be seeing the sunlight. But instead we see the sunlight coming through the clouds in a corpuscular fashion. So it's not even logical to assume that the sun would be 95 million miles away. Never mind verify it. It's just not even logical.
Hmm.
All of the observations we have in nature show us that we live. The sun is a lot closer, but also that we live on a flat Earth, and that the Earth is not moving. That's what logical, that's logical deduction because of the actual evidence we see in nature and what we know about the nature of life, what we know about the nature of measurement. When we take the measurements, the empirical data shows us we live on a flat Earth. So if you used to use actual logical deduction, you'd be a flat earther.
Okay, but what if you measure this anomaly when there is an anomaly in the sky, like sun covering the moon and the sun coming in between their paths? I mean, I'm sure that there has been those events as well. And during those times, if you measure the same, would the light remain in the same position? Would that shadows not be measured at a specific time change the result? I mean, I've not performed the Aristotelian experiment myself. I didn't know that that was the name of it. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
it
it's
depends
nice
on the
to
sun.
mm,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah. If
I
we
was just going to say
record
it depends on the sun being 95 million miles away. Yeah,
95 million miles.
I think it's
Okay.
95. I hope I'm getting that right. But yeah, it all depends on the Earth being a certain size, and it all depends on the sun being 95 million miles away. We don't have verification for
That's
either of those claims. We don't have a radius. How did we determine the radius of the Earth? You know what? You're going to hate the answer.
it's estimated.
It's based on the exact method that you've just told me. Shadow angles from the sun. But we can only do that if we already assume the Earth is a ball and that the sun is 95 million or thereabouts mile away in a vacuum of space. But if we can't verify that, that means we're using circular reasoning. We're using a logical fallacy to make the claim. We don't have a measurement of the Earth's radius. We don't have a measurement of the distance to the sun. So they've used circuit, and I think it's 93 million miles away. Yeah, thanks, Tactical Droid. So we've used circular reasoning to assume the Earth's a ball, and then we've used the same observation to give it its size. Circular reasoning, not logic.
Okay. Yeah, I understand
No,
that,
no,
that there is a circular reasoning around the deductive logics that have been used to find the uh, find the this find the way of the planet, but we have discovered more about science has progressed more because of the circular reasoning with the with the elliptical orbits, the Kepler laws, and such things being put into place, and scientific accuracies. And we even
I
have been able
disagree.
to. I mean, we've
I
even
don't
have
think
been
it's
able to
they're
send
not. It's not
human into
science.
space. I mean, humans in space have come down, and they have given the verdict that yes, it is a spherical space that we see from the.
But how do we know they've sent a human into what's called space? Because space itself violates the natural laws of science. Science isn't space exploration or cosmology. Science is a way of testing claims, falsifying claims, and proving the causation of phenomena. When it comes to men in space or cosmology, you're dealing with belief and philosophy. So I would argue, no, they haven't advanced science. They've changed science and turned it into philosophy. But when it comes to science, science is about experimentation of the natural world. And like I said, experimentation of the natural world will show you we live on a flat, non-rotating topographical plane. And I know this is probably, hard to hear because we were taught this from school. This is the first things we learn. But because we were so young when we were told this stuff, we never really thought about it.
Hmm.
But this isn't science. How do you know they put somebody in space? Because NASA sent a video. These videos get debunked by globers. There's globers who don't believe in the moon landings. There's globers who don't believe in space travel.
So, Roots, are you like
Hmm.
arguing just for the sake of arguing, or you disagree with something here?
No, I want people to use logic and discernment and critical thinking, because when you actually apply the real laws of science and the real empirical data, everything shows you that the Earth isn't spinning. Everything shows you that the Earth is not curving. You cannot find curvature. You cannot detect motion. And even the idea of space violates the laws of thermodynamics and the gas laws that we understand. So all I'm trying to point out is that the globe is illogical. I'm not trying to push an ideology or a cosmology. I'm not trying to replace any ideas, but the globe is illogical. It's a religion. It's a cult.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like most people say, oh, Earth is spherical and the Earth turn around the sun and it's like this, and shame on people who think differently, but they're not able to prove it. And if you ask them to prove it, then they have no arguments, basically. I agree with this, yeah.
Yeah. Is it so hard to believe that what we've been taught isn't true?
I would not say it's not true. It just is. But like I have something that might help the debate. I've realized, like, now it has been a few years, but it took me most of my life to realize this. Most people think what they think because they trust some people who believe what they think. So, like, because most people are not scientists, so they will believe that everything, like biology and all the things they've been told, just because they trust their teachers and the teachers told them those uh, piece of data or things. So they will take it for granted. And this is like through history, through evolution, this is like the fastest way humans have learned things. And when those things are true, then it's like super useful. But when those things are false, then it can lead to ideology and yeah. It's the same with politics. Like most people, because some people that trust told them that, like, they are, and religions as well.
Right. It's belief. People have to rely on belief, and nobody has, like I said, nobody has verified the curvature. Nobody has verified the motion. We can't even verify that you can have a vacuum in the sky called space. We can't verify that there is a force of gravity. We can't verify that there is a Coriolis effect in respect to the Earth. Yeah. We can't verify
I
that the
disagree
map
with that.
is correct. The map, you disagree with what?
I did agree when you say nobody. Like I would say very, very few people, but I would not say nobody. Like some people do experiments and and you can even find like YouTube videos that will teach you how to prove such or such things, and some are very
Like
technical.
what? Like, are you talking about what are you talking about? What are you disagreeing with me with? Coriolis?
No, just with nobody. When you said nobody as
No,
tested,
but
like there
no,
are
but
some.
it depends. It depends what
I
you're
would say
talking
most
about.
of people,
Are you talking about
like the
gravity,
curvature of Earth.
curvature,
Yeah,
curvature?
yeah, yeah. For
But
instance, curvature is
how?
a simple one.
Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you, buddy. Nobody has verified that there is any curving of the Earth. There is no verification that there is a drop in elevation over distance. Okay, check this
Yeah,
out.
there is.
Okay, like what? Give me one example. Because you
Yeah,
can
you
say
can.
that,
You can. I don't remember his name, but you can take like the historical example of this scientist in antiquity, or yeah, like thousands of years ago, that put a stick on the desert, and that proved the that the Earth was bending because there was like this well. Do, do you know the experiments I'm referring to? Or
you're
with
talking about you're
the
talking
sun.
about Aristophanes and his sticks and shadows, right? The Greek guy.
Yeah, maybe it may probably, yeah, with the well, like this the sun shines, um the sun rays in the well that was like perpendicular
But
to the
you
Earth.
you
But
you
yeah,
missed
that's
I
probably it.
addressed this earlier. I addressed this earlier. You missed it. There's no way to
Okay,
verify it.
that's fine.
That is circular reasoning, because the only way you can assume that the Earth is curving due to the shadow length made by the stick is by already assuming we live on a ball and that the sun is 95 or 93 million miles away. Without that assumption, we can have the same shadow length if the sun was a lot closer. So if you don't assume that the sun is 93 million miles away and that the Earth is curving, then there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for why we get those shadow lengths. It just means the sun is a lot closer than they've told us. So this isn't evidence. Like, this is just an assumption, and you're using circular reasoning to get the experiment or the observation, and then you're trying to use that observation to prove the premise. That's illogical, especially when we don't measure curvature of the
Um,
Earth. We don't experience curvature.
okay, so in the experience, so I'm trying. It's a bit late where I am. In the experience I am visualizing right now, so you had this well, and at some point there was like this well that was just right on the equator, and so the sun rays were going like completely at the bottom of the well.
Yeah,
But this was not the case on other uh, place on Earth, and so anywhere like beside the equator, like the sun rays could not reach the bottom of the wells because of the
yeah.
curvature. So if you, yeah, so
Wait.
So now so I'm
It's not
visualizing the
because
thing.
of
Yeah.
it's not because of the
Yeah.
curvature. You can do this with a
Yeah,
Lego
it
set.
is.
No, but you can do this with a Lego
Okay.
set. You can put a lamp or a light above the well in your little Lego model, and the well on the other
Yeah.
side of the table, the light won't reach the bottom of the well. You're already assuming the sun has parallel light rays coming in from 93 million miles away. If the sun is a lot closer, we're going to get the same
Yeah.
shadow length at X amount closer. So the angle of the sun hitting the well is recreated. You can recreate this on a smaller model with a local light source.
Okay.
So it's not proof. It's not proof of curvature. It's an assumption of curvature. You're assuming this is
Yeah,
only
but
possible because you envision the sun being 93 million miles away.
no, I'm not. Like if like even if it's very close, how would you explain that at some points on Earth, like the sun rays can go to the bottom of the well, and like in other areas that are further distant from the equator, like the sun rays can't get to the bottom. Like, how would you explain this?
Because the sun is closer than 93 million miles away. Can you not imagine a light source, directly over a model on a flat table,
Yeah.
and then across the table, the light, which is on one side of the table, will now reach the other side of the table at an angle. Yeah, so the light source is not vertical to the whole table. Do you understand?
Yeah, I see.
So with
Yeah.
the light, and we can confirm this because we see these divergent light rays. We see these corpuscular rays from the sun when the sun is behind clouds, when the sun gives off its light rays. We can see the almost the source point of where the light's coming from. So we're not seeing any parallel rays coming in from space. We're seeing the evidence that the light's a lot closer.
Okay.
So the
Yeah, I see what.
the
I
logical
see it now.
explanation would be to follow the evidence, follow the corpuscular rays, follow the fact that we don't see parallel rays, and recognize that this would work perfectly fine on a flat surface. You have to use circular reasoning to use this as an evidence that we live on a ball.
Okay, so we just need now to prove that this is not the case. Like the sun is really far away, and if we manage to prove that the sun is very far away, then we're all set, right?
Well, not really, because the globe is the claim, right? We experience these corpuscular rays, we experience no curvature. So isn't it really the globe's claim on the table that needs proof? We don't have any proof that we live on a ball with a 93 million mile away sun. In reality, we have plenty of observations that the Earth isn't curving and that the Earth isn't spinning and that the sun isn't 93 million miles away. That's what the logical answer would be.
I agree with this.
But
Yeah.
wait, if you're saying that you need an experience of the Earth being round, then how about the circular nature of you driving a car and seeing things around you moving backwards?
What?
When you look out of the window when you're driving a car, don't you see the things moving backwards?
That's only because your perspective and your position in relation to those objects is changing. That doesn't mean that it does not mean that the trees are moving into the rear. Okay.
But it's quite easy to validate that. Jump out of your car while it's moving and watch what happens.
Yeah, for real. Like,
Not that I'd recommend doing that, of
even
course.
though Einstein said, hang on, even though Einstein said that there is no difference in making the claim that the cart is moving and the earth is still, and the earth is moving and the cart is still, it's only philosophical. He did not prove it with experiment. It is not validated. Relativity was created so that you could still have a ball that's spinning when you don't experience it.
I'm not sure this is totally true. Because,
He wrote it
like,
in his own writing. He said it in his speeches
my
whenever
physics
he would go to
courses are
college.
very kind of far away now, but you have like, but you have this concept of Newtonian and non-Newtonian referential, right? Have you heard about this? Like
When did I say
some
Newton?
reference.
Everything I said was in relation to what the current form of relativity is. I wasn't talking about Newton. Somehow, riding in a car and watching the objects around you go away from you in the back direction because you're rolling in a forward direction, that means the Earth is moving, I guess.
This is the name.
Or did I misunderstand what you said?
This is not like Newton. This is non-Newtonian.
Okay, I read about the Aristoteles experiment, and here it goes. Uh, he 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 measured the distance, the shadow of the Earth on the summer solstice on two different locations. That is, uh, and then he got the surveyors to measure the distance between the two cities. And using that distance, he measured the uh, he he found the direct distance, that was the straight distance, and then he found out that the circular uh, he assumed the globe to be circular, and based on that assumption he
So that's
found
not
these.
measuring the globe. That's assuming you're
No,
on a
he did.
globe.
Yeah, he measured the
No, he
circular
didn't. That's
circumference
assuming he's
of the
on one in
globe.
the first place. You just said it yourself.
Yeah, what?
I'd like to point out that AI sure has updated self lot now. Now it's got him measuring it at two different times and having surveyors now go and survey how far it is when it used to be him walking with a camel. How did you guys get that switch so fast?
Yeah, where'd these surveyors come from?
Now we got a surveying crew there. We've got different times of the year or different years it's done on. So you guys, it all has to be done at exactly the same time on the same day. Instantly, you have to go ready, 3, 2, 1, read. And that ain't gonna help you either.
He made a lot of assumptions, didn't he? The distance
If the
between the two
assumptions.
cities you said was a straight line.
No, it wasn't a straight line. He used the surveyors to.
So if it wasn't a straight line, how was he doing triangulation without a triangle with 3 straight sides? Because last time, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but last time I checked, triangles had 3 straight sides, not 2 straight and a curved.
I mean, distance between two cities is always a straight line, but the surveyors definitely must have had measured not in the straight lines. They would have had provided him a map of the measured distance, and then based on that map, he would have had found out the distance using
Why are you adding to the story?
approximations.
of all these cool things that they might have, should have, would have, or could have done.
Yeah, right. Right. There is no story to this. I mean,
It is just a story. That's the problem. You try to look this shit up and find out any information on it, and you get these vague references to this guy who got camels who people paced out. One says it's an obelisk, one says it was a well. There's just broken stories. There's not even any data, any written documentation, not even a cousin's best friend's dog carried a letter from. There's nothing, mate. There's absolutely nothing about this guy. It's just a really cool story. To me, it sounds like a really cool story that they feed to kids at school just to give them some bullshit to cling on to.
hmm.
So when you go through it and have a look at all of
So,
the assumptions that was made,
Mhm.
Also,
he
what
assumed
surveying tools were used?
he assumed the distances between the cities were correct. He assumed that the light rays were parallel, and
But
that's only two.
you
What is there? There's
can
supposed to be six assumptions that were made in order for him to get this right in the first place. He assumed he was on a ball in the first place. There's three. This is not very scientific, is it?
And you claimed surveying tools. What surveying tools did he use?
Mhm. So, are you recommending that we perform the Aristophanes experiment again in order to find out whether what he did was right or wrong? Because it is a
No,
story and it has not been
you
done.
said repeatedly that you're begging the question. You're saying the Earth is flat first, when you could make the same assumption that the Earth. You could assume that the Earth is flat and that the light source is local and dispersing from a single point out into all directions. Or you can assume that the sun is infinitely far away, infinitely larger, and that all of the light coming in is parallel on a spherical surface. And then you'll have these angles of light giving you your elevation angles to the sun. All you did was change a set of assumptions. You're begging the question. Because you can have a local light source dispersing in all directions in your dining room over your kitchen table. You can place objects on your kitchen table at various locations and you will see the same effect as if you was to post some nails onto a sphere and then cast a light source from it and then read the angles that's cast upon that sphere. You're just assuming assumptions to be true first.
Yes, that's what I
And then
said earlier. If we prove that the sun is very far away, then the experiment is valid, right? Because
You can't prove
it's like
anything about where
another
the
step.
sun is at. So if and all those other things you want to use, ifs and rainbows and unicorns, they're not going to work here.
yeah,
Yeah,
if
but
you
if we
have
send like a spaceship to the sun that has already been done, by the way, like
No, space is fake. No,
a
space
satellite or
is fake,
whatever.
dude. Yeah, get out of there with the spacecraft. That space is all fake. We're going to stop using that right now. First, you got to prove you live on a ball before you can go flying around in outer space. Got it?
Okay.
all right, validate outer space. How are you going to validate outer space? They claim it is an infinite expanding vacuum and that you're living on a gas liquid covered rock with no barrier, and none of that is rushing off to fill the void or the lack of.
Yeah, because of gravity, right?
Okay, You have gravity already, right? Now make an example where gravity is containing liquid and gas in a vacuum without a container or a barrier to separate them in order to stop entropy.
I'm not visualizing the challenge here.
Okay, the claim is ever expanding vacuum, low pressure, extremely low pressure in liquid and
Yeah.
gas, isolated to a single location without a physical barrier. Replicate it. Can you do it?
No, I can't because I can't recreate like an object that is as massive as Earth. Like I can't. Gravity works like like the more massive. So if I'm in my laboratory and I try to create like an object like a vacuum and I put a ball and I try to make water stick on the ball, it won't work because the ball won't be massive enough compared to the gravity of planet Earth.
All right, so now hang on. So maybe it's the case
What
that
did
you
you?
have some false assumptions. Necros, hang on. Maybe it's the case that you have some false assumptions. Are you able to identify the cause of gravity? Can you manipulate gravity to prove that you know what the cause is?
I'm sorry, guys. I need to step out. I hope you guys have a good conversation. Good day.
Bye.
See you later.
What was the
Space,
question? Can we manipulate gravity?
Yeah,
space
can you
kills them every
manipulate
time.
gravity so that you know what the cause is?
The cause of gravity?
Yes, can you manipulate the cause? This way you know that you know you're manipulating the actual cause of gravity. Can you do it?
Yeah, there's some. I will. I will refer to like a very old experiment in the antiquity or whatever. Maybe it was not that old, but some people proved a difference in gravity with a mountain. I remember this experiment. Like the mass of the mountain changed the the angle at which a pendulum was whatever I like it was like very tiny change in the angle of the pendulum, but they somehow managed to estimate the mass of the mountain this way, the the gravitational force
Did they
of the
manipulate the
mountain.
cause? Or did
Can
they
you
just
expand
say,
on
yeah,
that? What?
therefore it must be true because my assumptions include that it should happen? It happens, okay, so my assumption is true. Or did they manipulate the cause?
What do you mean by manipulating the cause?
Okay, manipulating the cause. I see a thing. There's a natural phenomenon that's happening, not man made. I see this. I think that
Yeah,
X is the cause, okay? I'm watching water boil.
yeah,
I need to know what the cause is. So I start manipulating the cause, or what I think is the cause of the water boiling.
yeah.
And whenever I manipulate that cause and the water begins to boil, I've identified the cause of the water boiling. I have either
Okay,
increased heat in my source containing the water, or I've created a vacuum and caused the water to boil.
okay.
Are they manipulating the cause of gravity so that they can verify that this is actually the cause? Or were they just making an observation and assuming that what they think is true without manipulating cause?
Mm, yeah, I'm not sure I grasp this concept of manipulating the cause, but I think it's the second hypothesis. They had a
Well,
model and they wanted to show that to predict
Yeah,
some new
they have a
behavior that
philosophy.
can.
They have a philosophy on what gravity is, and then they claim that this is the cause, and then they give you a reification fallacy and say, "Look, the cause is true. The philosophy of the cause of gravity is true," and they never manipulated the cause of gravity.
So what
Yeah,
could
I
be the
just, I
cause
just, I just
of
want to add
gravity
on.
for you?
There could be other causes, and I just want to add a few things in here. The air density is different. The temperature is different. The electrostatic potential in the air is different at higher altitudes. The magnitude of reasons, the multitude, sorry, of reasons as to why, alternative reasons as to why a pendulum would swing differently at higher altitude. But like Droid is asking you, how do we know that it's a magical force called gravity?
Because I can give you a replication of contained gas having gradients, right? I
Yeah.
cannot give you, you cannot give me, and no one has ever given the cause of gravity, the reason why things fall down. There's no cause. There's no experiment that was done to identify whether mass attracting mass or bending and warping of space time is true. It's pure philosophy. So,
Yeah, but we have models, right?
since you
This is
cannot,
what science is about.
since
You
you
create
are
models
unable to
and
manipulate gravity to show the cause of gravity, how is it that you can reify that liquid and gas can be contained to a single location without entropy causing it to release into the vacuum or the low pressure area?
can you ask this question again?
How do you have gas next to a vacuum?
Yeah,
Oh,
but you have a gradient, right? You have a gradient of particles. Like it's not as if
yeah, you can
it
have a
fades
gradient
away in
inside of a
space.
contained environment. You can have a gradients inside of a contained environment. Also, you don't have pressure readings above the mesosphere. So verified
Yeah,
extreme low pressure like they're claiming in outer space because they never measured it to begin with. They calculated. They said, well, the rate of change is this, so it must be this at this distance away from Earth. It's calculated. It's not measured. My
also on top
question
of that,
is, hang on. My question is, how, if you can't show the cause of gravity and reify that gravity is the cause of gas and liquids isolated to a single location amidst the vacuum, how is it that you know what you believe is true?
I don't understand the problem here. Like, yeah, you can call gravity whatever you want. There is a force that attracts like things, right? So there is like this force that attracts particles in some direction that is the center of Earth, and the stronger this force is, the more the particles will stick to it, right? And then you have vacuum, and so particles that are far away enough from whatever you name you give to this force, if they are far enough from the center, they will get ejected, or they will go away of the main mass of like the ball or whatever you call Earth.
how do we validate that? How do we validate that mass attracts mass?
Yeah, you don't validate it. This is like you experiment it.
Yeah, how?
Um,
How do we prove? How do we prove that mass is attracting mass?
yeah, but it's not like it's not how science work. Like experimental science work. You build model and then you try to prove them wrong. And if your model somehow predicts things in a useful way, you just take it as a valid model and then you update it next time. Like you this is just like you can call it whatever you want, but the moon is attracted by Earth, or it's kind of sticking to the Earth for some reason, and you can call those reasons whatever you want. You can call it forces, or you can call it like divine
All right,
divine
you're
energy,
going off.
or
You're going off into the weeds a bit here. You can't demonstrate a gas gradient without some sort of container, not a stable gas gradient. You can't validate that we have a force holding or pulling anything to the earth. This can all be explained. This can all be explained with other means. You will need to validate it in order to call it science. You're going to need an experiment. They've had you believe that a model and then building a model and then reifying it with assumptions is science. It's not science, my friend.
it's experimental science. Yes, that's why you have like some models that are kind of useful, but like the Newton mechanics, for instance, it's kind of useful as long as you don't do like relative relative mechanics.
Well, if it's
You can
experimental
predict.
science, what experiment do you have to validate it?
Yeah, I mean you can predict things. You can predict the movement of planets with those models. You can predict. And it kind of works. And so you say, okay, this is the more massive the objects, the like the
You could
movement of
predict.
planets. You know,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, but you could predict them before the heliocentric model. You could predict the movement of the stars in the sky and the wandering stars you call planets. You could predict them on a flat Earth model, on a geocentric model. It's not exclusive to a heliocentric model. That's why it's not science.
yeah,
It's an
Yeah,
that's what I
assumption.
said.
and according to the mainstream, the
I'm not.
Greeks had this system of gears that would track the stars and their movements throughout the year. So it's long before the globe ever existed. People already knew what the stars were doing because for years prior to you and me, people have already been observing and plotting and calculating the stars. It's a post-diction,
So
it's not a prediction.
yeah, it's not exclusive to a ball heliocentric Earth. It's
Yeah,
not
it doesn't
exclusive
use
evidence.
any model. It's not about exclusivity. It's not using any specific model. It just calculate those cycles. So, for example, for an eclipse, just date the when it happened, and you start counting the number of days and years till that same exact eclipse will just repeat itself again. And that's the telennial, not zero cycle. So, for example, eclipses, they repeat themselves in 18 years, 10 days, and 8 hours. I don't remember how many minutes.
Anyways, trying to get you to prove was the outer space vacuum. And somehow we got into, if you have a model of the stars, you have reified how outer space exists. When what we're saying is you're breathing gas pressure in supposedly a vacuum. When every experience you have of high pressure sitting next to low pressure, the high pressure tries to fill the low pressure and equalize pressure. You have a hole in your tire, which is 36 psi greater than the air around you. You get a hole in the tire, the air comes out because the high pressure is trying to equalize with the low pressure outside the tire. If it's an aircraft tire, it's going to be 100 psi. And when that gets a hole in it, it explodes. Violent equalization. And you can't stop it.
Yeah, but it depends. Like in the example of your tire that has a hole in it, if you imagine that at the center of your tire you have like a pumping, like some kind of force that uh, bring the air at the center.
It's story time.
One.
How are you going to try and validate real life and give me a story? I'm showing you, or I'm referencing real life. And you're trying to say, well, this could be the case if the rim of the tire actually had more gravity and then the air would stay inside the confines of the rubber, even though there's a hole, because the gravity would be great enough. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
A gentleman had asked a physicist, hey, can I contain gas into a shoebox inside of a vacuum chamber and prevent the air rushing out of the shoebox? The gentleman said, no, you can't do that. Gas pressure doesn't, and entropy doesn't give a fuck, at all about gravity. Gas pressure is releasing into all directions once it's released from its confined space. Your bottle of 120 psi, right? You get a hole in that, the air's rushing out and it's going out in all directions. It's not coming out and coming down. This is experience. This is real life. It is opposite of what the globe is telling you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my English is not good enough. But I don't see the problem really. You imagine you assume there is a reason why it works, right? You need to assume that there is some kind of force that makes the things the way they are, right? Otherwise,
No.
you need to explain reality. At some point, there are some assumptions.
No.
Okay.
No assumptions. Only observations. So we don't assume anything. So gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. We give no causal mechanism for that. We make no assumptions. We make no claims. That's what happens. That on its own, that one observation entirely destroys any concept of gravity or what it might even be.
Yeah, but even observation, like your sensors, your eyes are all biased. You can't even be sure about what you see. You're assuming that what you see is reality.
Sorry.
And
I don't want you to gaslight me. Your problems are your problems. If you think that your senses are lying to you constantly, that's your problem. Don't project that onto me.
we can't see some ultraviolet light. What's this? Infrared as well. There are many things we can't see and we can't really grasp.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about those things right now. We're talking about this idea of gravity. What is gravity, by the way?
Yeah, it's just a name. It's just a name. It's just a word. It's something
It's
we
just a
call.
word.
Yeah, it is. Like there is this philosopher. I like Pascal. It's a great. It was a great mathematician, and he says whenever there is something we don't understand, and it's what we do in mathematics. You just put out of nowhere a variable like x, and you say, "Oh, this is what we're looking. We're trying to define and finding what is the truth." And so is gravity. Gravity is a word that means there is some force that ties things together, and
Yeah.
this is not.
And that's a foolish hypothesis, right? Because why would you assume that there is something there when you have no evidence for that thing?
Because when you jump, you go down for some reason. At some point, you
Uh-huh.
return to Earth.
Uh-huh.
So this is what gravity is like.
Yeah, but because I returned to Earth
The reason,
doesn't mean there's anything pulling me towards the Earth. You realize that?
how so?
Well, why would I conclude that there is something pulling me towards the surface of the Earth when the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions? There's nothing pulling the gas to the Earth.
Yeah, that's what gravity is. That's why there is some gas, and it's not all in space.
What space? See, we're just going to go in this loop. What space are you talking about? Are you talking about a space for the gas to fill that it's not filling it quickly?
Yeah, it is filling somehow. There are some particles in space, but very few. But
Okay, can you validate any of these claims for me? Because see, right now you're starting to go into Never Never Land, where you're just telling me about the fantasies that were told to you. Oh yeah, no, there's gas molecules out in space. There's a few, but most of them are here on Earth because of gravity. But gravity doesn't affect gas. Gravity has actually no physical properties.
No, it does. It does affect gas.
No, it doesn't. Show me in an experiment where they used gas as their gravity as the independent variable to make gas do something.
Yeah, you can take like a hot balloon, for instance. You change the density of the air, and then suddenly your hot balloon move up.
What's the density of air? What's
Okay,
the
so the
density of
cause
air?
is the density.
What's the density of air?
You mean by the value or the definition?
Yeah, you said you got to multiply it by the density of air. What is it?
No, I didn't say that. I did. The
What'd you
density
say?
of the air is different.
And so
Again,
it's
sorry.
different now. So now density is different. Now what?
Yeah. So locally, you have less forces.
No such thing as locally.
Like inside your hot balloon, you have less particles because the density is different. You have, but this is like the model. Like I can't prove you things.
Well,
Like
then we're not
I'm
going to use
fully
what you're
aware of that.
saying. Then we're not going to use what you're talking about. The second that you say, I can't prove anything, I say, we're not using it.
Yeah, but because I don't have the tools, I don't have the time, I don't have.
Then you need to
But
find
because
somebody who has all the tools.
yeah, I could. But
Please do that. Please find somebody who has all the tools. Post the link, and I'll repeat exactly what they did. I'll go buy all the tools since you won't do it.
okay.
Awesome. Now we don't.
So
Now we can move on to something else, like the Earth is flat.
no, I didn't get earlier what you said. the fact that we are kind of returning to Earth when we jump, it doesn't prove that something attracts us towards the surface of Earth. I didn't
Exactly, it
catch
doesn't.
this.
Yeah,
It
it's
didn't prove anything.
yeah, if you check out my hat in my profile picture, it's because I'm a gnome wrangler, and part of my job is I have little tiny gnomes with cowboy hats and lassos, and they grab things and pull them to the ground. Can you debunk me?
I didn't understand. What
Yeah, I
you're...
know. There is no such thing as you can't do anything with gravity, so you got to throw that out now, and you're all done with that. You can't do anything. You said you can't prove shit. You can't prove anything. So just staying in here and telling us stories about what other people did doesn't help us.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like I'm not trying to convince anyone, or I'm just interested by the conversation.
It sounds like you're trying to convince yourself that the Earth is not flat because you already know that we're right. Now you're trying to convince yourself that these other bullshit things you've heard in the past have to work, and now you're trying to make them work.
No, I think right now I think you're projecting things on me. This is not the
Absolutely
approach I
not.
have.
Absolutely not. Not a projection at all. I don't think the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, this is what you think, and you're allowed to think what you think. Personally, I have like a Bayesian approach regarding knowledge, so I don't consider anything I have in my brain as true. I just put some probabilities on things, and I think we have a disagreement.
No, you can't just take a story and decide, all right, that's true, and everybody else is wrong. You can't just do that with stories. You can't come in here and say, I heard this story. I heard this story, so I'm going to repeat it. So now it's true, and you guys are wrong. That's what you just told me you do.
No, this is I you misunderstood. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. My English is not my first language. I'm not native. I just said I have a Bayesian approach regarding knowledge. So I don't consider anything as true or false. I just consider things as being potentially true, or having like a more like being more likely to be true. But like I don't I'm not 100% sure about anything. Maybe I'm 99% sure about some things, because I've got some experiences, and it seems to be logical in some sense.
Let's see
But
if
I'm
I'm 99%.
always ready
Let's see if
to.
I'm 99. Let's see if I'm 99% sure about this. I'm predicting that since you've been here, you have went from being a glober, learning that the earth is flat, to now you're only 99% sure about everything. You can't be sure about anything anymore, can you? You can't be
No.
sure of anything. You can't be sure of anything, can
Yeah,
you?
I can't be sure about anything. Yeah, true. But this is my general
Right.
approach.
So what I
This
call you, what I call you is you are a brain in the jar. You think you live in a hallucination. Only 99% true. There's nothing that can ever be real. Everything's fake. You see where you went? You went from being a glober to losing your mind to being a brain in the jar. I do that. I have that effect on people. I'm sorry.
No, I think you're projecting right now. I've always have no. This was about to be wrong. No, not always, but since I studied probabilities and statistics, I have a Bayesian approach
What's the
about regarding knowledge,
probability of me
and
being what's the probability of me being right that you think you're a brain in the jar?
again, sorry.
Hello.
What is the probability? Hello. What is the probability that what? That I think or you think?
Hello?
Or
No, that you
is
think that
somebody
you
here?
think you're a brain in the jar. You think that you're only
Hello?
99% sure because you think that where you're not even really here. You're not even sure if you're talking on Discord right now. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
All
There is like a
right. I win
very
again. I'm always good at this.
Radwin,
I
I don't
win
know how you do
again.
that. Hey, Radwin, I don't know how you do that, but you always freaking know how to call those guys out. It's weird.
I love it, dude. I love it.
yeah, but this is already a conversation I had with some friends many years ago. I am not
Oh
sure
yeah,
like
but your
we
friends
are
are
not in the
stupid. Your friends are stupid. You just came into a room
why?
full of smart people.
No,
Yeah,
I mean
bro.
I
If
haven't changed.
your life is based on probability, okay, then there's no reason to have any conversation about anything. There's no way for you to know anything true. So why would you have a conversation with something or with somebody about something that may or may not be true based on probability?
Because it updates the weight of the probabilities. So you have like
No, it doesn't.
then you have approximate. Again,
Hello?
sorry.
Probability has to do with, essentially odds. It's like gambling. You can't all of a sudden increase the odds just by saying from your subjective position that I think this carries more weight. Now you've gone into the subjective realm. You decide which gives the better probability, and there's no way for you to know that, especially in this case when you're affirming the consequent. That is an illogical approach. So you actually are doing the opposite.
Again, why is this illogical to reason in terms of probabilities?
Because you have no
It's
way
not.
of quantifying. You
Yeah.
have no.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, I love getting into this thing. Okay, the shit about
Okay.
probability and being able to weigh the odds of something. Like, dude, you have no way of quantifying this shit. Okay, you have an internal sense of what something may be true or not. Okay, you got a little gut feeling or whatever, and then you trying to assign, or people trying to assign a number to that. Like if one were to say, "Oh, I'm 99% sure of this," or "I'm 80% sure of this other thing, but 20% sure of this other thing," dude, those numbers are shit that you pull out of your ass. Okay, in reality, what you have is a gut sense. You're uneasy about this, or you're more uneasy about that. It's an internal sentiment. Okay, that's all you actually have. These numbers that people throw out there, there's no way of you actually quantifying that. Okay, so when you argue
but
from that standpoint, hold on. When you
there are
argue
some.
from that standpoint, it's creating this air that you actually have like some sort of metric or some intelligent aspect, or something in this. When you don't, if you do, I'd like to see those numbers. Okay, but at the moment, most arguments people come up, bring this up with, there's no real way to quantify that. Okay, so stop it, please.
I don't know what I am supposed to stop. Okay.
What I'm
This
saying here,
is
dude,
just
what I'm saying is, if you're trying to weigh the odds of something being true or not based on off of a gut feeling, okay, which most people do, right? But then try to attribute a numerical value to that. Okay, you can't do that. That's the problem.
yeah. I agree. I can't. I can try to assess it, but it's more like a rationalization than a true numbers. I agree with that. But depending,
point.
there are some like when you do science, depending on the assumptions, you can be 100% sure if you prove things. You can say, oh, if I assume those assumptions at first, and based on those assumptions, I'm 100% sure that some things are true, if those assumptions are true. But the assumptions are always like axioms, right? Like
No.
You
That's
define.
not how science works. Science does not work that way. You must experiment, and then we're talking about natural science here, of course, right? So your assumptions mean nothing. The experiment means everything.
Yeah, it might not have the same definition of or approach of science, but
There's only one
yeah, I
natural
agree.
science in the scientific method. There's only one science, natural science, and the scientific method. Only one.
Did you read the scientific method, by the way? The book?
Yes. The book? No.
Yeah,
I'm talking
okay.
about the actual scientific method. You know, the steps that you take to adjudicate cause and effect in the natural world.
Yeah, yeah, but this is from a book by Newton.
I could give a shit. I could give a shit.
Okay, but this is actually a book written by Newton.
Cares?
And
Who cares?
Nobody gives a shit
But
about
this
a
isn't-
book somebody wrote.
But this is the name of the method. So when you say the scientific method, it's from this book. It explains his method. So you're referring to this.
It's my method. It's my method now. I updated it to 2025. Now call it Professor Triangle's scientific method.
Okay, but you don't have to adopt this tone. We all here to learn things and to push our brains further in further scientific rules. Let's not be.
There's no realms.
pedantic
There's
or
no
whatever.
scientific realms. The scientific method is what it is. It cannot be reinterpreted. It's a method.
Yeah, but the method has been invented by someone, right? It's not like it didn't exist before human beings. It's kind of
Oh, it's been
circular
invented
here.
before human beings were invented. Wow, bro, where are you going with this?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. You're referring to a method. There is an origin to it. There is no shame for that. I don't know.
Genba, the origin of it. We just want to go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask him. So, with your what I've been listening to, you don't really know if the Earth is a globe, right?
I didn't catch it. Sorry, again.
You don't really know if the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But
No,
yeah,
no. Wait. By your standard, you don't really know if the Earth is a globe.
Yes, I agree. The probability is now.
So you don't really know, right? Is that the case?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So is there any way that you say that you can argue for something that you don't really know? Wouldn't it be better to say I don't know?
But I'm not arguing. I'm
Yeah,
just
I
talking.
know. I understand this, but I'm saying when they ask you if the Earth is a globe or not, you can say I don't know. You don't have to include some kind of percentage value to how much you know or you don't know. You could just say I don't know. That would be better, right?
This would not be like there is like this notion of usefulness. I would feel not useful to.
I know.
For my understanding of the world, if I.
I know that. I know that, but that's the point.
Okay.
The point is, if you can't arbitrate whether you know or not if the Earth is a globe, you can't say that you have a contribution to the conversation of the Earth being a globe or not. You cannot contribute because you don't know. There is no contribution from somebody that we need if they do not know. It's better if you say, yes, I know the Earth is a globe. And then you can tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. But right now, you don't even know if the Earth is a globe. So you cannot have a contribution to give us information about it. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you want me to stop talking? That's what you're saying,
No,
right?
no. You need to stop talking. We know that the Earth is flat. We can tell you how, but you don't know the Earth is a globe because you don't know. So that's on you.
This is what I just said. You want me to stop talking, right?
No, listen. If you have nothing to contribute, why would you keep talking? I'm asking you this. Why would you keep talking if you don't know either way? Like,
Because I'm a scientist.
yeah, okay, so that's great. And are you studying
Liar.
to be a
You're not
scientist?
a scientist.
Are you studying to be a scientist, or are you already a professor? Like, what is your position right now?
This is not relevant, but like my definition of a scientist is someone who asks questions and who try to go closer to the truth.
Excellent.
So
Excellent. My
we
3
have
and
a
5-year-olds are now scientists. They ask me questions all the time. Why did the glass break when I dropped it? They ask me all kinds of scientific questions.
Right.
Yeah,
But
they are.
listen, you're yeah, that's great.
So now they did the science. Hold on. Now they did the scientific method. My grandchildren did scientific method at 3 years old. You're claiming.
No, not the scientific method. It's a scientific approach to try to understand things.
Sounds like something you just learned growing up all by yourself. It doesn't sound like anything you have to learn.
Yeah, well, let me just say this. You said so that you can understand things. But the problem we're having is you don't understand things. So you've never had a conclusion to anything in science because you don't understand anything. That's the problem. You're saying that with your mouth, you're saying on the one hand, you can use science to understand things. On the other hand, you don't know anything. So how can you use science to understand things when you don't know anything? You see the problem here, sir.
Okay.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, I
If
see.
you're if you're using science, you see how
Okay.
funny that sounds? If you're using science to understand things, you have to understand things. Problem is, you don't understand
you don't
things.
have to you don't have to be contemptuous or whatever.
I'm
okay,
being
to
very
answer
clear. I'm
you
being very clear, and I'm speaking very slowly so you can understand if you're having trouble understanding. So now that you know science and what it's supposed to be used for, so you can understand things, as you said, but yet you don't understand anything. So how can you use science? You've never used it to understand anything, according to you.
no, because it's not black and white. It's about creating models that are useful. So understanding is having some models
like what
that enables you to predict some useful output. So you understand that things go down for some reason, and so you have an internal model within your brain that predict things,
Okay,
and
you're saying a
you
lot of words.
understand like
Hold on, wait. You like to talk, a lot of words, but you're not making any sense. What do you mean? What model specifically are you talking about that you use to understand something? Go ahead and tell me specifically. Don't say words that don't mean anything. What specifically?
Okay.
Yes, I know it's funny, but I want you to be specific.
Yeah, maybe I don't make sense because I'm not native. Also, be
No,
aware of
bro.
this.
No.
Okay, so they are like I also studied biology, so I have like this double hat. I also see things in terms of patterns in the brain. So there are things that are like models are also patterns of neurons that are interconnected together. So I
Okay.
understand like how I don't know, like I make sense of what I see. For instance,
Hello.
my brain somehow understands that someone is someone, even though it's like it might be a conceptual things like what is a human body, but I somehow have a model in my head that tells me, okay, so when something has a head, two arms, two legs, this is a human being, and this is a model I have in my brain.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
there is,
So hold on. What science did you use to do that?
it's not science. It's not.
Okay,
I don't
then.
know.
No. Wait.
So
No,
you
if
don't
we're not
believe
using, if hold on,
space
sir,
pictures?
hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'll answer you in just a minute. If we don't use
It's
science,
empirical models.
hold on,
It is.
sir, we need to use science. I asked you for science, and you said we don't use science for this. So I want you to use science to tell me how you understand things, as you said earlier.
Yeah, but
Don't
here
don't get what?
it's a semantic. Um,
It's what? I'm
like
asking for
you
science.
can yeah, but science you have like this word in your mouth that you're just repeating, but it's such a
No,
word.
wait a minute. No. Don't you say I got this word in my mouth. You have the word in your mouth. And you think you can understand things, but then when I ask you, how did you understand something? You're like, oh, I don't know. I can't know anything to be 100%.
Okay,
So I'm asking,
so
yeah, wait a
let
minute,
me
sir.
let,
Yeah, no, hold on a minute. I'm asking,
let me
wait a minute.
ask
Wait,
you the
no.
question.
No. I asked you for science. I'm only asking for science. If it's not science, I don't want it. Okay. So give me science, something that you've understood to be true using science.
Okay, my turn to ask the question. How do you
No,
know
you
that
didn't
you
answer my question.
understand things?
You didn't answer my question. Now I want one thing that you can tell me that you use science to understand.
This is
One
a bit
thing, sir.
tiring.
No, you
You're a
just
bit.
don't want to.
I
You
don't.
don't want to admit that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't want to admit that. So I'm doing this rigmarole to show how you're being a false person that says that you're making a claim to science and you don't know what science is, sir.
Okay, if you want.
You're a
This
liar.
is your
You're a
judgment.
liar.
Okay, but yeah, okay.
Okay, well that's fine. If you say you're a liar, that's fine. But now we know that you don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
no, I'm not saying I'm a liar. I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm just sad for you because this is not.
It's
This
not
is not
something to get
the
sad
term.
about. You lied.
Yep, you lied. You said you knew what science was, and I asked you what it is, and to give me one example, and you couldn't do it, sir. You couldn't give me one example of science.
Okay. Bye. I'm leaving. Bye.
Later.
That was easy.
Okay, sir. Whoever was waiting in the wings, you can ask me a question.
Yeah, he took off.
Nah.
Yeah, he couldn't wait.
I like when they come right in the middle when people are talking and go, hello.
I really wanted to talk to him about his pictures. That would have been
Like
good.
they're on a ham radio and they don't know people are talking and they just start babbling. Well, at least I got him to admit he doesn't know anything is real. That one probably will never come back in here.
So that was pretty quick how you did that, though. You connected it like you didn't even give him a chance to think about it. So I think that's the best way. When they don't think about it, they're just trying to answer, and he gets caught up in like it's.
Oh yeah, because
People,
they're trying to be all big wordy and try to give them some time to think. I don't give people time to think. You either know it or you don't know it.
yeah, exactly.
When people ask me shit at work, I either know it or I don't. I'll say, I don't know. Let me go ask. I go like this. I don't know. Go ask someone else. That's exactly what I say.
Yep. I mean, it's just you're being honest, 20 cups came in, dude. I was listening to you, man. That was good. I like that. You're telling him that he just has a feeling, and he was trying to put it. He was using a numeric value, like, dude, who does that? And you're
Dude,
like,
I've caught on to this over the last year or whatever. People try to, this whole 99% certainty thing. You know what I'm talking about? They're not coming up. There's no method to quantify that, but everyone repeats it. But in reality, you know what I mean? Like it's a, you know when you're certain about something, you get a little gut feeling about some shit. That's all it is. But then they give a number. It's like, where the fuck did that number come from? What's your method to you know what I mean? It's on it. Everyone's saying it, and it's fucking frustrating because there's no one's provided a way to get like the way they quantify that. Then they throw in, oh, I'm using Bayesian reasoning. All right, show me your map, show me your flow chart, and they don't. It's like, fuck off with that, man. I'm sick of it.
Well, we're gonna need more.
Argumentation. We're just inside the religious conversations. I can't know anything for 100% certainty, so then I'm okay in saying that there's no God. Except whenever they come in here, they'll say, well, I can't trust my senses. Okay. And then they'll also go in the religious community and then have an argument with them and say, well, I can trust my senses. I called the motherfucker out on them. And they muted me because they were no, I'm just pointing out your personal dishonesty.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. We don't often get into that, but like I see your point. I know why you did.
Yeah, it's just an attempt to sound smarter or to try and sound smarter than it otherwise might sound. Right? If you're trying to convey something, I got a hunch about some shit. Right? It doesn't sound as appealing than if you give a number. Right? But people look past that and they're like, oh, the number, oh, the guy must be, onto something. But when you inquire where that came from, they can't provide a meaning.
Yeah. It's like saying 9 out of 10 doctors agree. And then you would ask somebody, which doctors? Well, just doctors. Like
yeah. What?
They don't tell you which group of doctors, like where and what state, or like they're not being specific. So it just sounds like they're coming from a place of intelligence. Like, some kind of focus group.
At least in that situation, in that circumstance, you have the 10 doctors, so you have the whole. When these 99%ers come in, they don't have the whole. They don't. They can't even give it a 1%.
No, what I'm telling you is that when somebody says a numeric value with attached to like something specific, it's still ambiguous because they didn't give you a qualifier as to which doctors. So you can make something up. Just saying 9 out of 10 doctors agree. Like, which 10 doctors? Like, nobody asked those questions. And if you agree that that's okay to say, then you're falling into the same trap as a 99%er. Same thing.
Yeah, the average person would not be able to cite that. You know what I mean? So they're going on faith that whatever commercial that they heard, that they've got that they've got the source. And odds are, well, actually, I can't even say that, right? But you would think, right? One might think that if a company is going to put that out there, that they've got some sort of study. So at least in that sense, there might be some paper trail. But the average person, like they're just parroting it, Anywho,
when people start talking about Bayesian reasoning, and they talk about their arguments having more, like they carry more weight or there's more probability, what in the world would they base that upon? That's a subjective position. That's them saying, I think that when I jump up and fall down, that increases the probability of there being such a thing as gravity. So it is a personal preference. It is a bias. It's subjective. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I got to get down to the fundamentals. You just got to start from there.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yep.
Can we bring this Almanator up? Lyle was been trying to get him to answer if he claims that he lives on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and he can't answer that for some reason. whether he
Because he
claims that or
says
not.
it says it's a flat Earth room. It's up to us to prove it's flat. So if you see what I type back to him, which I tell him every time, that we
Yo, good
named
luck
the
talking to that guy.
room. We named it 24/7 flat Earth to trigger you freaks. It works because this place is nonstop packed. If we named it the Earth is not curving, nobody would come in here.
I guess he just wants to chat skank.
Yeah, I mean he's yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, he's asking for proof of if somebody's asking for proof of flat earth. This is, this is where it goes back to the fundamentals. If you're going to prove anything, if you're going to prove that there's drop or rise, the earth is concave or the earth is convex, then you're going to need to implement a straight line or a horizontal plane of reference. So getting back down to fundamentals, in order to have your globe or your concave or whatever it is you want to think that you live on, you're going to need the tools in reality, like the water level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference to have your globe. But if that's the case, you can't have your globe. So, I mean, that's all that matters is the fundamentals. So any proof that he's looking for are going to require level to be horizontal. And if whatever conclusion he gets to destroys level being horizontal, then he can't have his globe, he can't have his concave, he just can't know anything. He can just be a 99 percenter.
Well, he doesn't want to open up his mic or what?
No, he just wants to chat skank.
Oh well. At least he's in the call. I've seen
That's
his
just
name in there before.
yeah, he's doing that just so we won't kick him for only chat skanking.
Yeah, I suppose it gives the people who don't speak in the chat like someone to challenge. But he's got to be in the voice chat at least. So if he's not even in here, then that'd be even worse.
They're in here.
Yeah, I mean, we can't throw everybody out of the chat. We won't have anybody in.
I wouldn't throw him out. I'm just saying he's just here to chat skank. But
yeah,
you know, he's behaving overall. I mean, I wouldn't want to throw him out.
And we got the chat warriors on our side will handle him on the chat. If he's too afraid to open up his mic. Oh shoot, Cyclone's in there. What's up, Cyclone?
Yo, what's up, Miggy? What's up, boys? Can you hear me?
Popping in there before you go to bed or what?
Yeah, pretty much. It's my nighttime shift. Get like
Nothing
40
really.
minutes, an hour maybe.
See if we can't scare you up a Glover. You got
Oh, shit, I
Alminator in here,
come
but
in here and they're all dead. So the
I'm
room's a
not sure.
bloodbath.
He doesn't speak up, so Alminator would be the guy you probably want to talk to.
They're all the same. No offense, Globies. When you spoke to one, you've spoke to them all.
Eli in here. What's up, Eli?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to get some globalists in here. Is my
Yeah.
mic coming through? Because this cuts out sometimes, so if it cuts out, let me know.
Huh? Oh yeah. You're coming in.
I thought you're messing with them right now.
What happened?
Oh, no, I said I thought you were messing with them. Like he said, if my mic cuts out, let me know. And you're just over there like, huh? What'd you say?
Oh yeah.
I'd be asking for that.
You got me, lads.
Do we have any Glovers in or no? What they been doing?
We have 1, 2 that aren't talking. Maybe 3.
They've been scared straight. It's like that TV show. Where we put
Scared
Yeah, there's this
curved.
Timbo guy I have it playing.
What was that show? Was that show Scared Straight and they put these like wayward youths into prisons and just let them know, hey, you keep fucking up. This is what it's going to be for you. Kind of like what we do for the Globe here.
All right, Alminator's asking for a 1v1.
1v1, man. 1v1, man.
Here, Cyclone, talk to you. Alminator. Everybody
Yo,
else will meet up.
pick your flavor, man. Like dealer's
1v1.
choice around here.
Wow. Been a while. Why does it need to be a 1v1 over there? Is it a 1v1
He's crying. He says that.
to the death?
Yeah,
He says, I know I will get muted when I speak up on the
man.
server because
Listen,
this
bro.
server doesn't like FE questions.
Listen, man. You can do the 1v1 like you like. Just pick whoever you want to challenge. Look at all these names in there, man. You got so many people you can choose from. It's like a candy store.
But Alminator, you better not be one of these people that's like really
I'll bow out
obvious.
so you don't have to worry about me. I'll bow out. I won't take on the challenge. I want you to last more than 1 minute.
What kind of conversation are you trying to have, Alminator? Like a serious, proper, good faith conversation, or are you just like full of tactics and rhetoric and all that kind of shit? Don't tell me you're one of those.
Ladder.
He's talking about getting muted and he said he's going to mute Lau. Oh, never mind. He changed it to ignore.
Bro, why are you so salty when you got all these flavors, bro?
Yeah, I won't mute you, Alminator, unless you're being very annoying, which I'm sure you won't be. It's honestly, it's too much of a pain in the arse for me to mute you. I'm not looking at the chat right now, so you'll get away with it more with me than you might with some others. Don't tease us though. If you're gonna talk. Don't be like, hey, I'll talk to you. It's one-on-one. If we set up a neutral platform, why don't you join me in my own little room I've created? Flat earthers are dumb. None of that
I'll
shit.
talk to you if we can sit across each other at a candlelight dinner holding hands.
Ah, sweeten the pot.
250 USD Alminator. Straight
No,
connect
Redwin's a
PayPal.
cheap date. He'll pay for everything. Yeah,
Radwin will do it for free. He is cheap. He's desperate.
That's awesome.
I've got a premium, you know. Right, so he's not talking then, I guess? Or is he like laying down
No.
1,200 conditions? In order for me to speak, you have
Exactly.
to all
I need
go
to be a
on mute.
mod.
No one's allowed to talk.
I have to
Do
speak
we
for
have
10
any?
minutes straight.
Yeah. Do we have any attorneys in here that can read through everything for both sides?
I actually am, but I'm off the clock. None of that. These are my client's
Yeah, what up?
conditions. He insists you do not ask him if there is curvature. What's up, bro? Who was that? Was that Alminator? Or was that someone else?
No, it was me.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
you, bro.
Sorry.
All right,
No, I was looking
Alminator,
at the
what's up?
side chat.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought you said you were Alminator.
All right, man.
Oh,
I
no,
need
no,
to get
no.
my. Hold on, I need to get my popcorn. Wait, don't start just yet.
No, but
Is
he's not
it
gonna open his mic.
any rush?
Oh wait, you got 30 minutes left. Oh yeah, you don't have that much time.
Sure.
Hurry up, Alminator. We only got 30 minutes.
Oh, no, I wish I could. I only have like 6 minutes left before I gotta go.
Alminator, maybe you can help me out. I don't understand what gravity is or how it proves Earth's a ball. What is gravity? I don't know what that is. Help me out.
Oh, that's easy. Oh man, you gave me an easy one. He might win this one.
Yeah, because a lot of the Globers, they know a lot about gravity, and I'm a bit confused. Or maybe they can help me out because I don't understand how dropping rocks tells you live on a spinning ball. So I need some help.
He might win this one.
I hope so.
Is he deafened? He's not like responding to anything we're saying.
Well, he's not deafened. He's just he's getting his mind right for this debate.
He's only responding to people in the side chat right now.
It's like like before a fight, the fighter, is getting ready in the locker room. That's what he is right now.
What kind of shit's he saying in the side
Just
chat?
bouncing up and down. Let's see. He's used the voice many times. You weren't.
He's flexing his voice credentials. I've been in voice many times. That's what he's saying. I mean, I've definitely spoken to the guy. The name rings a bell, but honestly, they all blur together. I can't remember which brain in a jar I've spoken to from one day or the next.
He's changed his name a few times.
Alminator, what kind of jar do you think your brain is in?
Peanut butter jar, probably.
Peanut butter.
Nah, dude, I love peanut butter. Maybe a pickle jar. You could be in a pickle jar.
Yeah, it would be pickled. At least. Oh, well, that's a shame. That's a shame.
Good thing we're not
Alminator
on.
missed a big opportunity.
Good thing we're not on Glover time, man. Nothing will ever get done. He's like, yeah, let's have a debate. 3 hours later.
Yeah, and they'll like talk about something for 30 minutes, and then you're like, all right, what's this got to do with the globe? I didn't say it proved the globe.
Yeah.
So why the fuck are you talking about it then? I'm just saying.
Yeah, right. Why are you bringing up the sextant? I don't know, just to bring it up. Like, does it have anything to do with the globe? No, just bringing it up. Like, dude, what the hell?
So we always have to
Because
get
they
in there
want to
and just be
invoke.
like,
They want to invoke Professor Triangle. That's why they do it.
Yeah.
you have to get in there early and just be like, just before you continue waffling about a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, are you saying this proves Earth's a globe? No? Okay, well then let's not bother.
And we're just gonna have Radwin in the back in case we ever need to shut the conversation down. We're just like, dude, just go ahead and close it up, man. Well,
yeah, we had a good one the other night. Who was that, Radwin? Some guy was in and he actually brought up triangles as a globe proof, and we were just like, all right, do the triangle test.
Oh,
did
I
the
said he
triangle
took right
test.
over. As soon as he mentioned triangle, I said, "Hold on." He called my name and said he just summoned me.
No, I
Something like
handed it
that.
over. I said,
Oh
well, you
yeah,
know
you
what?
did that
We've got
one.
Professor Triangle in the house. Brought up Professor Triangle, gave him the triangle test, and then like a few minutes later, he was like, all right, maybe you guys are right. Maybe I'm retarded.
Oh yeah, that one. Yep, that one.
Yeah. That was a good one.
We do that so many times.
triangles.
They just run together. I can't remember who did what anymore.
dude, where the hell is Clipcord, man? It needs to be clipping all those. They put like a
I know,
stream
we've
of
had
all
so
the
many good
triangle
clips
tests.
lately. We've had so many good ones lately. I mean, just in the short times that I've been in, there's been some funny, decent conversations, and I don't know if they're getting clipped.
Yeah, if we just went through for the last, I guess, almost a year now, we'll go back 6 months, we'll say, and somehow could just pull out the word triangle, you'll find most of those have popped up with the triangle test, and nobody survives the triangle test. You can't answer it correctly if you're a glober. There's no right answer for you.
I swear we've had a decent amount of people very recently that have actually like conceded and been like, oh, actually, you guys have got good points. I'm going to look into it. I've heard a few of those lately. Those are the ones we need to start clipping and just pull it out into a little playlist so that other new people can hear other normal people just agreeing to be reasonable and listen and actually concede when something logical is said. Just so they know it's not the end of the world to agree that flat earthers are pointing out very ordinary, mundane, obvious observations of reality. Wouldn't kill you. We need to get better at highlighting when those are going down so that Helio and Chris and Imagine and whoever else is clipping can clip it. So we've got some playlists. Because we've got like thousands and thousands of hours, but we don't really have that much targeted content, like separated streams for specific decent conversations. Which would
Yeah,
be
that would be
easier
good to have
keep
one
control
stream that is the one stream is on subjects and the other one is live. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, actually,
Okay.
Helio spoke about doing like a best of the week roundup at the end of a week and saying, right, here's the best conversations from the week, and then we could play some of it in the chat and comment on it and stuff.
No, I made up my mind. I know what I want for Christmas. I want a video with nothing, like a funny video with all the triangle tests put together for the past like couple months.
Yeah,
All the ones from
would be good.
that go from 15 seconds all the way to 30 minutes, because there's some triangle tests that they fought and fought and fought, and they became some of the best ones on there. In fact, it was some of the first ones.
Yeah, man, that would be so great.
As soon as I tell them you can't have a triangle on a sphere, that's when they absolutely fall apart. And then that's when they throw anything at the wall.
No, Jedi was actually doing that at the very beginning, but you actually picked it up and took it to another level. So I think we got to do. I think with the past 6 months, Redwin, or you want to do the whole 6 months? I think it's like thousands of conversation, if you ask me.
You got it. I don't know how many. Yeah, but the doing the triangle test, quote, the one that I do, I think I'm the only one who started it that way. I don't think I picked that up from anybody. I just took my folder, basically, of all my angle stuff, and that's where you see me pulling things out of. A lot of it's just, especially the elevation angle with the curved bottom. I took that from somebody, and that's all you have to do is show that next, and you know what's coming.
Yeah, it's always nice when someone sets themselves up for a triangle test.
Well, you did bag you a brain in a jar today, so if that means anything.
Right. Yeah, so we're idiots for not believing what the Earth is, according to the guys who doesn't know what this for, doesn't know how never even.
Hey,
I think you got
Cyclone,
sunspots.
your mic went all cattywampus on you, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like you're eating it again with your butthole.
Sorry.
Is that not how you use this thing?
No, man. Like, no.
Yeah, you guys are missing it in the side chat right now. Pancake said the horizon is both physical and apparent. You guys are missing some funny stuff in there.
I was going to text mute him to force him to open his mic, but since you guys are playing around with him, I'm not bothering.
Which of his school textbooks told him that?
You sat on your microphone again.
Yeah, it's not good right now, Cyclone.
I'm gonna have to change it out.
All right, that's a little better.
You guys need to stop buying rechargeable headsets.
Ah!
No, this is me going back to wired as well.
Yeah, wired the best.
Yeah.
Just like the internet. The best part of the internet is it's all wired together. There's nobody waving fires and reading smoke signals and then typing that message out or anything like that. It is just straight. My house right now is wired to all of you guys. And if you're talking about Wi-Fi being 10 feet, that's a little different, and that's just a radio signal, and anybody can do that.
What up, Alpha?
Boosh boosh.
Who's that, man?
What's going on, bro?
How's the homie? What's up, homie?
Just chilling, bro.
What are you,
just drinking.
Yeah, this is BYOG, man. Bring your own Glober. Where's your Glober, bro? You didn't bring one with you.
Oh no, man. I'm sure they're hiding out in the cut.
We
listening.
got some thumb twiddling going on, man. We got a Cyclone only got like 20 minutes left, so.
Don't you guys have any Twitter Globers that you can call up and send them in here?
Let's see.
Hey, dude, those TikTok Globers are such idiots, bro. They say the dumbest, stupid shit, bro, all the time. But we got to start bringing those guys in.
Yeah, so we can automatically do an anti-video to whatever they post. So whoever's out there posting videos, we know they're a TikToker. They're going to post something. We just make sure that you guys get it out first.
Yeah. They're like on season 1 and 2, bro. They're like new to the globe, bro. Like they don't even know their own globe. It's hilarious. They don't know shit, bro. They're a bunch of morons. They bring up arguments that literally they don't know the argument because they literally debunk themselves in their own argument. It's funny, dude. Listen to those knuckleheads. Angel of Light. Do you guys know who that guy is? He's always on TikTok, dude. He flat smacks so many people on there, bro. He has a lot of cool videos too. He has like a cool, like a little not CGI, but like a little computer generated thing showing how planes fly, and like the way he presents it, dude. Oh my gosh, like he sets those Globers to shame, bro. Constantly. He has a lot of good photos and videos too that he uploads all the time on his live streams.
Is he a pizza earther?
What?
Is he a pizza earther?
AEMAP.
He's always on the AE map. Yeah, he always shows them that. Yeah.
Well,
That's a problem.
Yeah, he's not doing. That's a problem, homie.
He's doing it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a foundational issue. Like that is a season 1 flat Earth issue. Just saying.
right, right. No, I get it, but he still destroys them in the arguments, though. Because he focuses on a lot of the things that 24/7 definitely represents for sure, and he just like, but you're right though, he does always use the AE map. They got to get away from that map, dude. I mean that it's just a globe projection. You know what I mean? Who knows? There's no
Tell
map.
him, hey,
There's no map.
yeah, tell him the heads of the gang want to talk to him. He needs to come in here so we can straighten him out.
You know what? I'm gonna hold on. I'm actually gonna invite him right now. Hold on. Let me see if he's on. I'm gonna send him a message.
Say the bosses need to talk to you. It's not a yes or no thing. We're live on Discord right now, and if you want to stream, go ahead.
Don't get me wrong, bro. He sets them straight though, bro. He smacks fools on them.
I believe you. Get a hold of him.
Yeah. Let me mess him right now.
Oh shit, it's about to be on. Let's go.
Jump in 24/7 Discord.
Tell them, man, they're talking mad smack right now. Tell them that.
They talking mad smack.
Yeah. Put those words in there.
I did. We'll see if he replies. He's not on right now, but he'll get the message because we communicate.
Hey, Professor Phil's been in people's DMs lately. You know that, right?
Yeah, I was here yesterday when he was with that one.
You were here.
App.
You were here.
Yeah, I was there.
I said it
can't
before,
stand that
man.
dude.
I said he's a poor man's Colonel Sanders.
For sure, bro. That dude, bro. He'll stand on a lie too. He'll propagate a lie all day. He confuses the people on his side of the table with the lies that he spreads, and then they come in here thinking they can argue those arguments, but they just get swatted down, bro, all the time.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got Timbo in the chat. What's up, Timbo? Good to see you. Sorry, so shout out Timbo. Didn't spot him there.
Timbo, Timbo.
Timbo, and Timbo was his name. Oh, boom.
I'm over here bar hopping with my buddy, the one that did the
I
Force
was
the
gonna say,
Line.
Apoc, where have you been? Are you in rehab or something?
Nah, I'm here, bro. I've been around. Hey, bro, Mama didn't raise no quitters, bro. I'm not gonna be in a rehab. What are you talking about?
All right. Good to hear.
He's in a Glober rehab in here though.
Is the Globers rehabbing
Eddie.
it up or what?
We spoke to Eddie. What's up, Eddie? Don't tell me you're a flat earther. I don't want to hear it.
Yuck.
I want to hear you're a globe believer who doesn't quite understand triangles.
Yes.
Say hello, Eddie.
Well, that won't be fun though. You won't have it. Bradwin's just gonna come in and destroy him, dude. Be like, oh well, there goes my time.
No, I'll sit back. I'll sit back and let the clock run.
It's gotta be nice.
I'm just there to get for the last 2 minutes so I can just turn and win the game if needed, like to win it right away. You know what I mean? Not the slow win, not going into 16 innings. We just want to take them out in 9.
Golly.
I'll give Glovers more respect if they admitted that it's just a mathematical construct. I'll give them more respect if they admitted that, but they won't admit that because they I don't know what's wrong with them, but they can't grasp that their belief just it's a mathematical construct, and that gets wrecked.
And the thing, that reminds me of the closest to that, like him or hate him there, but Matthew Learns at the end of many conversations I've heard, has openly stated that. You know, he believes it. It's the, you know, he uses the term, it's the best explanation that they have, yada, yada, yada. But he'll state that part kind of outright. And he's the only one that I've heard who
that's
does
why
that.
that's why even though he's a snake in the grass, that's why I still give him the most credit because he will admit it. That's what I'm saying. I give more respect to Globers that will admit that fact. Like it's a fact that it's just a mathematical construct. And when we present the evidence that destroys that mathematical construct, only the you know the rejects are going to argue, you know, that it's a globe, even knowing that it's just a mathematical construct. They're going to stick to that fallacy, bro, of it having to be a globe just because mathematically it works out. Like, no, bro, like they don't get it, dude. Let's go back to triangles, Radwin. Just hit with the triangles. Let them learn something.
Hey, who's the symbols guy at the bottom? What's his name? What's up, symbols guy? Nestor Pena. What's up?
The cool thing is that the further down the road we go, there is more evidence of long distance photography and long distance data transmissions that purely like clearly debunk a globe. But it I don't know what it is. Something has to snap in their brain to see it, and a lot of them don't. It's really weird. They just they're coping, bro. It's like a hard cope. They just can't accept the reality. Funny.
Yeah, I find that when I get to a point with someone and it's obvious that they don't want to comprehend reality, I just dig into their psychology as to why they resist reality so much. Get them to describe it, but then confirm that they don't believe that's what it is, and really pick at that.
One of the major problems I think is that a lot of these globers that come into Discord or on YouTube or on social media platforms, they listen to the characters like Craig by the Flat Earth and McToon and Not a Professor Dave and Dave McKeegan and all the other bozos. Like for instance, there's this other dude on TikTok. He's a licensed surveyor, and he said that he was gonna go to the hotel and be in the room that captures the Lake Pontchartrain, the bridge, and he said he was gonna go with the most he said he put like $10,000 into equipment to go like prove the globe Earth, and he didn't do it. All he proved was that the way we optically see things are dropping in a distance optically, but not physically. But it's a shit show for those guys, bro, and they stand by it. They will die on that hill, pun intended. That globe hill. It's hilarious. It's comical. Baron, that's his name, Baron. He's a surveyor. But I've caught that fool lying, bro. One time he was shooting across a lake, and he kept fiddling with his instrument. He kept going and going and going, and he was literally waiting for refraction to meet his prediction. So it's just disingenuous, bro. And all those believers, all those cucks of the globe, they're gonna be like, "Oh, see, the Earth isn't flat. Blah, the water curves down." No, bro, like stop already, dude. Like just stop. The guy clearly waited for the refraction that does take place, right? This optical phenomenon of things dropping, looking through a theodolite. It's just stupid, bro. I can't stand these guys. My patience is wearing thin with these knuckleheads.
Well, it's only been what 10 years. You can't expect them to comprehend what a horizon is in only 10 years.
They knew what it was before they'd heard about flat Earth, though.
Yeah. But they knew about a lot of things before flat Earth, and then after flat Earth, they didn't know about anything.
Yeah, after flat Earth, they found out nothing is 100% anymore. Life, you only live 70 years now. Then they start going they start spiraling down weird holes.
I just look.
They've got hands anymore.
I just look forward to, as time progresses, more and more facts come out, or should I say, like disclosure? Should I say? Because if you remember, years ago, the Navy only reported like 150 miles for their system to operate, and now we are in today, and they will admit that they can do 250 miles, and that's only going to increase with the as technology gets better. Our systems in our military defense, they're only going to get better, and be able to transmit a signal further with technology that they are creating, and it's going to destroy the globe even more. So I look forward to that. So I mean, we already destroyed them, but it's going to be fun when we can destroy them even more down the road.
All right, we got a new person chiming in. What's up? Run away. Man, there's really nothing left for these guys.
Where's everybody leaving to?
After everything we've been through and everything we've seen, I don't get why we would want to coddle people who advance a framework that is known to be broken, like the AE map is proof of FE.
That's a very good point. Yoder, what do you think it is that keeps the delusion of the AE map so strong in so many of the, especially esoteric flat earthers' minds?
It's got to be a little bit of ego. They want to be the guru, to present somebody some knowledge that they have, claim knowledge that they have. Look what I found. Look at this. Isn't this awesome?
You were talking about it a little bit the other day. You shared that there's a map that you presume is, is decent anyway. What was the name of that projection?
It's called a geomagnetic meridian projection. What makes it faulty from the get-go is that it's based off of a UTM. That's the Mercator map. So they take the globe projection and then they project it flat into a Mercator map, and then they project it again based off of magnetic field lines.
Yeah, I just pulled that up as you had said it. Yeah, that's a crazy critter there.
What I'd find interesting is if there's a way to do this, with like planar surveys. The Flat Earth Society made the pizza map popular.
Wouldn't it be the UN? Weren't they first with it or no? I mean, popularizing it.
I don't know if it was popular because of the UN.
Weren't they using it on other things besides the UN?
Oh yeah, everywhere. It precedes Flat Earth Society. It's an old way to do a projection.
Yeah.
You know, it is interesting because every time the GT comes in here asking about the map, it's always interesting to me because I just wonder who really thinks that you can have an extremely accurate map, period. I really just wonder who actually thinks that. Obviously, the
Those are all
map.
big questions.
Say again.
I think they're big questions. They want the FLIRF to say the weird thing. And the weird thing in this case is the pizza map by the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Yeah, I tend to think that the pizza map really is just kind of like the lazy man's thing, and by extension, the AE map. It just kind of feels good. It feels good to have something, you know. It's like if doctors were putting sodium hydroxide in babies, and somebody come along and said, "Oh well, no, it's not good to put sodium hydroxide in babies." Then somebody come up and say, "Well, what will you put in instead of the sodium hydroxide?" Well, nothing. And you know, it's kind of the same thing, but you know, gosh, you know, it feels so good. Let's just put in some chlorine.
I mean, sodium hypochlorite?
Yeah, we could put that in as well.
But does pineapple belong on our space pizza?
Well, I'm unqualified to answer that because I'm allergic to cheese and pineapple.
Pineapple grows on Earth, so therefore the space pizza Earth should have pineapple on it.
But does anchovies belong on pizza?
Anchovies grow on Earth, therefore they're on the space pizza.
How about pineapple?
I think I've only had anchovy pizza once in my life.
I used to could. I used to love anchovies on pizza. But that's used to could thing.
I'm off till Monday.
Awesome sauce.
Look out, internet. Here I come.
Sounds dangerous.
I'm working on trying to have an AI run another AI without the second AI knowing it's being controlled by an AI.
Yeah, I've heard of experiments that have done. Seems to me that they somehow figure it out. It's what I've heard. you'll have to let me know what it does, how it works.
Hopefully, it'll be talking in my test server one day.
Yeah, I tell you, one of the things I'd really love is to have some sort of AI room on the home server where the AI would have a couple globies in there, and then would just badger them on what is their claim of the radius of the Earth and things like this, and just see how long it took them to do whatever they did.
My bot is brutal to Globers once it figures out what's going on, and it starts getting meaner.
Yeah, but and of course, I mean like on voice and not just like on text.
I haven't. Mine can do voice, but only on the output. I haven't been able to get it to. I haven't turned on its ability to use a mic yet. I need it to quit messing up in 15 minutes first.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Do you know how unrealistic would it be to try to get a transcript of, say, several days of our live streams and then try to get AI to say, like, the most 25 common things that the GTs bring up?
Should just be able to use Google's API with your AI and tell it, I need on this video, because it already has closed caption by AI on YouTube. So they already pull the words out.
Oh, no, I know that. Yeah, but I just mean, like, would that be fairly straightforward, or would it just hallucinate?
No, it won't make up anything, especially if you tell it where to look for data like I do. Mine doesn't hallucinate, it just. So mine's not remembering right now. And I'm working on it remembering. It's remembering some things, but I have it split over 5 different kind of operating systems. So one of them it's remembering all the time. Another one it's remembering all the time, but only on that system. Another one knows if I just manually go in, it'll read all 5 of them, and it'll know where everybody's at it. But as soon as I reboot the system, we got to start over. I have files that it can go read, and that starts it back up. But I don't want to have to tell it to do this, and it should know from reading the files. It just hasn't caught on yet. It does tend to catch on by itself, like it knows its name now. It told another one its name, and it thinks they all think they're the same one. The way I have it going right now, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, that's cool.
I use Google Gemini, and out of nowhere, it started referring to itself as Grok, which is Elon Musk's, not Google's Gemini.
Boy.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm starting to figure out all kinds of fun shit to do with automation with AI. It's dangerous. I can do some crazy shit.
It's only limited by our imagination.
My server is 1 inch by 2 inch by 3 inch.
Wow. Is that like a Raspberry Pi, or?
It's a nano Pi.
How much RAM and such do you need to run a basic AI?
Well, this is just like, how do you explain it? It's like a front face for ChatGPT, except it has its own name, it has its own goals, doesn't follow ChatGPT. It can get citations because it's using the API, different things like that.
Oh yeah, you're just running the API. Gotcha. Yeah.
API for making sure it's doing the right thing. Then it's keeping track of other things by itself on the system. So it's referring to things that it's learning all about. I'm not going to tell you what I'm teaching it, but anyway, it's learning itself and keeping notes specifically on that.
Yeah. Cool.
That's a good way to do it. API use gives you way more flexibility, and it can get expensive. I think what Barrington asked for earlier can be done, and that could be expensive too.
So you figure it costs. I found a new NanoPi for $50. $50 I can run one of these. But see, the problem is the way I'm running the one, it's actually can control the network too. So that's kind of the advantage of having a 3-port NanoPi Ethernet port with Wi-Fi. So it's learning how to keep itself on the network. Does that make sense?
No, no doubt.
It learned how to turn itself into a DHCP server when it loses internet connection. It will keep trying until it finds another device that I won't tell you what that is, but anyway, it has internet via Wi-Fi. It connects to that, and then it turns its ports into DHCP ports, so now it can go backwards through the network and through the other router that it's connected to, and all the devices now get the same IPs again, or any IPs. It won't really matter. The devices aren't that critical. Pretty crazy. I told it how to figure it out. I had it figured out for it, but it has to be able to do it by itself. And that's what it's
Sounds like
learning
that
now.
could be fun for penetration testing open networks.
Oh, yeah, I guess so, huh?
Like a war driving with a pineapple.
Just all by itself, taking notes on things, specifically what I ask it for.
And telling connected devices that it's something else.
Yeah, once it figures out what it knows it's connected to. Oh, I tried it. Oh, it was so great. It duplicated itself. Yeah, I said, here you go. Here's another NanoPi. Here's the username and password. Here's sudo. Duplicate yourself. And it did.
And Yoder, did you see the message I sent you a bit ago?
I haven't checked any DMs.
Yeah, no worries. Nothing earth shattering. Just check it at some point. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, yeah, I do think that's why I've not ventured to any of the API stuff. I definitely have some Beaujolais Nouveau taste on a piss water budget.
If you haven't tried Notebook LM by Google, you're missing out, especially for research.
Yeah, and I may amp that up a little bit very soon, because for our industry, I think that would be a really useful tool.
I have to use Microsoft stuff. Or make my own. But I did find a way around it a little bit. I started using my Google API and see where I get with that next. Amazon thinks they have smart devices like Alexa. Wait till I get done with mine.
I've recently heard a couple different people talk about Ranty. Who is Ranty?
No one I've ever heard of.
I think that guy used to be a flat earther, and he took some photo or something and went back to the globe.
Yeah, I recently come across two people independently talking about him, but I didn't quite catch the particulates exactly. But and then just because we have some dead air, the question in the side space a little bit ago was talking about how they would have to do away with space fairy tale fiction pictures if they stopped believing in the globetard. And it would be really interesting if you had, because the stories of traversing through Antarctica would seem like they'd be more believable than living in a little tube listlessly bouncing through space. But that was an interesting comment, that they could still do X-Men style pictures. But I'd imagine they would still probably try to have Star Trek somehow.
I could say, hey, we're doing exploration of the Aether Trek.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. We have Professor Robert, or not, maybe not Professor in this case. Maybe he could be like the Fleet Admiral or something. Robert, whatever his last name is. with sidekick listless. And somebody sent me an image of where the various AIs are trained, and the claim is that Reddit is most of the information. And that partially makes me wonder why, if that's why AI responds like it does in some cases. Like sometimes it seems to take like a very adversarial role, like off the chain, with very little logic employed, which feels reminiscent of Reddit.
So there's a new paper out, and I think a proof of concept, a new way to have AI sort and prioritize information has allowed this one concept to perform 1,000,000 steps with 0 errors without forgetting what it was doing. In my mind, this might be a new way to think about how to measure AI's abilities, kind of like we got megahertz for clock cycles through the CPU. We might have something equivalent to like, hey, it does 1,000,000 steps without error. And then the next one are going to be like 5,000,000 and then 10,000,000. Billions of steps without error.
And then you can come up with another imaginary sine wave. Will that be like a SI measurement, or how will they classify it?
Marketing measurement.
So, that could be really interesting, especially from a marketing bend. They could add in a bunch of bloat to each step. So they could say we're 10 million, where they're just 1 million, when in reality, they're the same.
Hello. What's up? Oh, dude. Chat's pretty dead today. Yo.
Yo,
What's up, man?
what's up?
How you doing?
See,
Sorry?
see,
Si, senor.
are you there?
I'm there.
Wonderful.
You been on this channel before?
Yours.
Twice? Oh, what's up? Who wants to debate some flat earth shit now? Any flat earthers in the chat? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Hello.
can't understand Matthew Never Learns. It's like, what's going on with that guy? It doesn't make sense. He must be lying, because how can he be around all the facts and listen to all these facts over and over and over so many times and still like just completely just dismiss everything? It's like there must be something going on there. I can't figure out how someone could actually. I mean, there's no ways someone could actually continue being a Glober and be exposed to so much truth and so much, I mean, reality. I mean, just look at the fact. I mean, there's so many different points that have been pointed out so many times to him, and he just dismisses everything. It's like Matthew Never Learns. I mean, they should really change his name to Matthew Never Learns.
Yeah. I mean, so hold on. We'll get to you in a second, Jack. I'll unmute you. So a while back, Matthew, I showed him like the gnome experiment, the idea that weight changes by latitude and that things weigh less on the equator. So I showed him the result of that experiment, and I said, now that you've seen the experiment, Matt, because he was like, weight changes by latitude, blah, blah, blah. That's what the globe model predicts. I said, yeah, well, that's not what it's measured. And I showed him the gnome, right? So they went all over the place with this little gnome with a scientific scale and didn't match what the globe predicts. And I showed him I asked him point blank, I said, now listen, Matt, now that you've seen the data, are you going to believe the data or are you going to continue to believe the model? He said, I'm going to believe the model. So I don't know what to do after that, right? Like, because he had no reason. He didn't question the data because it was done by professional scientists at CERN and once we have more labs and Indian National Labs and like professional scientists did all these measurements. So he couldn't disparage them. He had to just like go into La La Land.
And then normally he leaves when you do something like that. He says, "I got to go."
Yeah.
Conveniently, yeah, he'll just like leave. When you just say too much, it's just, "Oh, bye, I got to go."
Yeah, it's just really weird that he openly rejected the data for like his concept, man, which is very.
Every time.
That even caught me off guard. I didn't expect him to be like that.
I've noticed he lately there, when you get into something with him, and he'll preface like right before he leaves, "Oh, this is around the time that you guys are going to start banning me, so I'm just going to leave now. Bye."
So I'm gonna unmute Jack here. He's a newbie. He's got no role, so let's see what's up with him.
Welcome.
Coconuts have water in them. Goodbye.
What? Okay, next.
I couldn't hear what they were saying. What did they say?
I do not know.
They said, "This is the time you're about to ban me. Goodbye."
Yeah, I was too. So we got another one. We got Ultron. We got Ultron dude here. He has no role, so I'm gonna server unmute you. What's up, Ultron? Ultra something. Ultra nitration.
Ultra nitration.
And Shine. Shine's a new person.
Welcome.
So you guys got any questions or comments? Or whatever? It's Water Hill Wednesday. That means, are there hills of water between you and China?
Okay, that's funny.
Actually, Matthew Learns is the one who came up with that kind of. That's really weird that we're talking about that too.
I don't forget Matthew's comment about trees on the ocean. That was oh man, that was funny. He's talking about having trees on the ocean. I don't know how,
and he's a professor, man. These are the when they appeal, they're like authorities. He's one of the people they appeal to. That's why me and AB like taking down anybody that comes in with credentials, because we want to show that the people without credentials appeal to, they go, oh, the authorities know, the scientists, the cosmologists, they know that the Earth's a globe. I'm going to appeal to them. So when we get one of those guys, we want to show that they don't know anything. You know what I mean?
Right. And the thing is, the other day he was saying, we are just presuming that it's it's a globe, and we're just teaching the children that because it just makes the most sense. But we don't know 100% sure. We're just guessing, but we presume it's right, and we're just showing them how to think, and that the probability that it's a good probability that it's a globe. Basically, he literally said that on the. I don't know if you were there when you said that. He said basically we we think it's a globe, so we're teaching them the most probable thing.
Yeah, and like then you start
His
asking them,
view.
how do you know that's the most probable thing? And then they come
Exactly.
up pits. They have no idea why they are even saying that.
Just his religion. It's his guess, his belief system. He always says, he goes back on that often. He says, no, it's just my belief. There's no evidence for the curve, but it's just my belief. It's crazy. He just believes it's round, so it's round.
Yeah, like it's just like a preference, man. Like
It's funny, man.
my favorite food's chocolate. That's how these guys are.
I like red T-shirts, and you like blue T-shirts, and let's discuss what we like. Our favorite, what we like. We're not going to tell you what it is. Anything is. We like.
I love this one from Vsauce. Oh man, it's not playing. What's up with his bot, man? Pay good money for this thing.
I was having issues with it earlier in the other server, and then
It won't
you kick
play
it,
like
and
short
then
ones. That's the problem. Like, won't play anything under a minute or something. I'm
It's
thinking.
bots these days. I think Discord
oh,
doesn't
that's what it
like
was
us
too. It
using
was like a
bots.
15-second clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm finding. It won't play any clips longer than like 60 seconds or something. Soltron, you have no questions? What's up, Sheepdog? Oh, we got TM in the fucking house. What's up?
What's up, TM?
Now we know we're fucking cooking.
Water thing makes sense to me.
Golly, he needs some holes, man.
What makes sense to you?
I said I don't have any questions about the whole flat water thing because it makes plenty of sense to me. Why would it stack up like a pile of dirt if you go across a certain distance? And they like to say, well, yeah, over a long, long distance. But I mean, how long is distances in the ocean between islands or anything? There should definitely be, curvature, at least in the globe model. And if there is curvature, then you should have the water like stacking up on top of the water. But I just feel like that makes no sense.
It'd be a
They'll try to
hell of
gravity
water.
water in, but it just doesn't. It wouldn't.
Like the thing that most people can't comprehend is how large that hill of water is supposed to be. In 30 miles, it's 400 feet.
Wow.
So it's a 40-story building. You got to think of that. If you're fucking 30 miles away,
exactly.
anything shorter than 40-story building should not be visible. And we know that that's not what's actually the case. We could see shit 20 feet high at 40 miles away under right conditions.
That's a good argument. Really good argument. I'm going to write that down.
It's something that I feel like I've always known, internally, so that even when I was a kid and looked at pictures of the supposed, Earth from space that they didn't really take and stuff, I knew there was something weird there. And it wasn't until a long time later when I was reading flat Earth stuff that they said, the water can't hold that shape. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because how would it be, stacking up between the two edges of the cup that forms around it?
Well, I mean, the pictures from space thing, the problem with that is you can't even evaluate them. If I show you a picture where someone says, yeah, this is the Earth from space, how can you evaluate it to whether that actually is the case? That actually is a picture of Earth from space.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Well, how could you? But no, just in principle. Just in principle. This is a hypothetical, right? In principle, how could anyone evaluate that, right? If someone took a picture and they said, "Hey, this is a picture of a horse from the top of that I took from the top of my house," I've seen a horse. I can easily look at it and go, I don't think that's a horse. That's a fucking cow, or you know what I mean? Like, or that's not a horse. That's a fucking beaver. I can evaluate it because I've seen a horse, but I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So the picture that they claim, I can't even evaluate it at all because I have no idea what the Earth looks like from 10,000 miles away. Right? So I have to just trust them in their claim that this is, hey, a photograph. I took this photograph from outer space. All you can do is trust them. That's the fundamental problem with images claiming to be from space, is that you can't even test them or evaluate them in any way. All you can do is go, yes, I believe it. No, I don't believe it. Right? Because you can't go there. And then there's so many images, supposedly images of Earth, and they all look different. Different angles, according to them. Oh, it's different focal lengths, different angles, different lighting conditions, different color values, different this. This is a composite. This is not a composite. Well, I mean, they don't even look consistent across each other. So, like, how the hell do you even evaluate any image as real? So, something AB does, which is quite interesting, is when someone says pictures from space, he asks somebody, like, show us the one that you think is the best one, the one that proves the Earth is a globe the most. And you know what happens most of the time? Most of the time they post an image that they didn't check, and it's actually admitted to be a CGI image of Earth, which proves that they can't even tell the difference between a CGI one that they admitted CGI and one they claim is real. You can't even tell.
The lack of curiosity.
Yeah, like
for what?
just it's almost like if you're dealing, it almost feels like you're in, yeah, you're talking to somebody who who believes in who is part of a religion, like it's in because I don't, like yeah, how to explain it. I'm just like I'm very much interested, like I in how they think, like how, I don't know how to explain it. Because you're curious, right? I mean, like you're curious, you're interested, like knowing. Um,
I mean, like having an open mind,
yeah.
being open to the idea that maybe we're true.
Yeah, you know what I noticed? Yeah, at the end at the end, like for example, at the end of the day, like it couldn't, like, at the end of the day, like the last belief they typically have is like it just couldn't be. It's just impossible for the light to be so big. That's pretty much like that's the final frontier for them, I think. What I noticed.
Well, it's not really that. There's a subconscious thing to it where they don't think they're stupid enough to fall for something. So there's an ego involved.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
There's a subconscious ego involved where they don't think that they were stupid enough to fall for that. Like it can't be that obvious. And so now they're like, well, I've known this in my entire life, and now I have to go against that, and I don't know how to explain it. They just don't think they were that stupid to be fooled.
Yeah, what about, like, for example, you personally, like, are you 100% like sure, because are you 100% sure that, for example, you're definitely standing on one side, right? So, like, are you still open to the fact that, like, the Earth might not be flat? Like, are you still, or definitely
I know we
not?
already changed. We did already change once. You shouldn't be questioning whether we'll flip flop, bro. We already changed. We're globe earthers, and we changed our mind based upon the evidence. Why wouldn't we change back if we got positive evidence the other way?
No, I'm not saying about like changing back, but just kind of like just wondering, like, because it's
Look,
like
I just accept the evidence. Whatever the evidence is, that's what it is. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Go, oh, The evidence says it's a globe. I'll just fucking pretend it doesn't. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah, like in my case, I don't buy I have a very difficult time buying the idea. You know, I bought it before, and yeah, now
Which idea?
I'm not a
Flat Earth?
subscriber. No, the globe.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe a lot of very freaking strange things, man. When you actually think about it. I mean, they don't. The way the globe is kind of like a used car. You go to the car dealership, they're trying to sell you a used car, and they're like, man, the engine runs great. We just freaking had it painted, has great freaking tires. Man, this is a freaking steal at any price. They don't tell you that the clutch is going, it has a leaky valve cover gasket, there's a hole in the muffler. Like, they don't tell you all that bad stuff, and the globe is the same way. They only tell you the stuff that works. They don't tell you the stuff that don't work. And the stuff or the crazy shit you have to believe, like the entire world is in some sort of optical illusion, man. Because you have to believe that even though the Earth looks flat everywhere you go, that's just an optical illusion. That it actually isn't flat. That everything you're seeing is not real, basically. Or that you can't perceive reality as it really is. That somehow you're deficient or defective to perceive reality. Because that's what they say. You're like ants on a beach ball. And the reason they use ants is because we have no concern for ants. Ants are just like insignificant bugs to be stepped on. And when they compare you to an ant, you're an insignificant bug to be stepped on. You're too insignificant to perceive reality as it really is. You're just a speck of dust. It is fucked up, dude. The whole thing is a mind fuck.
Yeah, but they're speaking for themselves, huh? Like,
It's like, yeah, I mean,
I don't want to. Yeah.
But it's almost like this weird cult that everybody like got absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people get like sucked into telling their kids Santa's real. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of people, right? They're like, I'm never going to tell my kids Santa's real. But then when they have kids and Christmas comes, they're doing it, right? Because they don't want to be like the odd man out. Or I told my, like, you know, you'd rather your kids like live that freaking delusional freaking lie at least for 5 years than, you know, just because it's, I don't know, idyllic, fantastic, whatever. So everybody ends up doing it, even though they say they're not gonna. That they're gonna tell they're gonna be the one parent that tells their kids the truth. It turns out they're not.
Most of the time,
might be like a lack of originality.
Parents, you know, for ruining.
They say that
other
they say
kids,
that.
like belief in
Yeah.
Santa. Sorry, Lionel. Sorry, just
No, it's fine. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I was just saying that most of the time with the telling the kids about Santa, like it's the part of taking flack from other parents that find out when your child has told their child Santa ain't real because my daddy told me it's not real. You know.
Oh yeah, true that.
So
that's why you put your kids in kickboxing and jiu-jitsu.
With Santa? Does everybody dress up like elves? Did you freaking just fuck each other up as elves?
Anyway, didn't mean to, you know, take the combo off topic there. Lionel, you were gonna say something?
I just want.
You cut out, Lionel. Your audio just.
I dropped my phone.
Oh,
dude, I feel so fortunate. You know, my sometimes most of the time I look at my family and I see it probably as most people. Like my family seems to be broken, you know. But I'm so fortunate of my parents, both my dad, even though they're separated, right? But both my dad and my mom, bro, like they made me question things from a very early age. Like they made me question everything.
That's good.
They
gave you a way to defend yourself. That's what you really have to understand. If your parents teach you how to figure out what the truth is, they're really what they're giving you is a mental defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sheepdog talked about jujitsu, man, but you need jujitsu for your mind, man, because people will try to frickin', basically psychologically jump you, which is what peer pressure is, right? It's the equivalent of just being jumped by a bunch of people and circle kicked. So at least you can protect yourself now that at least your parents said, hey, man, just don't believe everything you're told like a sucker.
Okay, probably a question, probably something you guys talked about like a million times. But what is like the general explanation for the 24-hour sun? Like, is there like a standard or like a general idea? Or because for me, for example, I accept that knowledge is limited. Like But is there like is there a general idea, a general like perspective about the 24 hours? Because dude, I lived in I lived in the considered like the last city in South America. It's in Tierra del Fuego. It's in Ushuaia, dude. I lived 4 years there, and I didn't experience like a 24-hour sun, right? But like for example, in summer you have only a few hours of nighttime. So when I watch the video, mostly that it's real, but I can understand why that is real, because like I lived, like I said, I lived in Ushuaia, and I experienced, in summer days are like, um you only experience like a few hours of nighttime. So I imagine that
I mean, that
going
happens
south.
in the Arctic too.
Yeah.
Let me ask you. Let me ask this.
Yeah.
Okay. In order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if water has to curve around the surface, but you can't measure any curvature anywhere, the surface of water is flat everywhere, then it can't be a ball, right? That means the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean.
So if the surface of the Earth is flat, then
Mhm.
whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Okay, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, for example, just like, I mean, you don't have to believe.
There was a 24-hour
I'll
sun
tell you.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is so. I hate going into this shit because it's
Because
long.
even if you explain it to me, I would have a
I am going
difficult
to
time
explain it to you.
understanding it.
So,
But, okay,
so
I don't get too technical.
okay, you have to start. So I know you have to start at like, how is the 24-hour sun even a globe prediction in the first place? Let me tell you, it's not.
For sure.
It's not
a globe prediction. It's not
no,
a globe
it's not
prediction.
a globe prediction. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay. So the way they predict solar time, the sun, sunrise, sunset, how high when the sun's above the horizon, all these things, they don't actually use any globe in the mathematics themselves. They only use the celestial sphere. They use the celestial sphere, celestial equator, and the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun through the sky. And that's all that's used. It has nothing to do with you or what you're on at all. So the methodology, the point is, if you look at the mathematics, the formulas, there's no globe in any of those formulas at all. You don't even need a ground at all, because you know why? Because it's an observer-centric model, meaning you're at the center of the coordinates. Your eyeballs, not the fucking globe, your eyes. And that's where all the mathematics is done, from using you at the center coordinates. Now, that means there is no globe model to predict the sun. It doesn't exist. There's no flat Earth model either. There's also no pineapple Earth model, but there also is. So there is a globe Earth model, and there's a flat Earth model, and there's a pineapple Earth model, because the model works no matter what surface you're on. Because you only look at the sky. You do not look at the Earth to determine when the sun thing happens. Right? No, I want to know what sunset is. I want to know what time. How do I figure it out? I go, hey, how many degrees is the celestial equator above the horizon? Oh, there it is. Okay. What longitude am I at? How would I know the longitude? Well, I would need a clock because I need to know when the sun rises and when it's noon in Greenwich, and then I can use my freaking clock to figure out when I'm going to see the sun. You don't need any references to the Earth itself to figure out how long the sun is going to be visible, right? You don't need the Earth at all to figure out any of that shit. So there is no globe Earth model. There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah,
Now,
the globers just have an explanation, and we've already debunked the basis for that explanation, so that cannot be valid.
yeah, to even make a globe Earth model of that, think of how complex that would be. You need to plot the fucking orbit, compute the eccentricity, the fucking, what is the other one? The obliquity, how you're fucking facing the sun, and then project it onto a plane, and then to see what it would freaking look like. And you have to do this, and you figure out where the Earth is in orbit at that time, how far away it is from. You'd have to do all these computations. Okay, we don't do any of these. Okay, because you would have to take the computations and then flip them into orthographic, basically like a 3D environment, like a video game, to figure out what it would look like. And I guarantee you, it would be off. So we don't use that. We just use the celestial sphere model, which is what we use for the sky, the sun, all that stuff. So it's a it's a myth that all that's based upon a globe. It's really not. The explanation is based on a globe, but the actual model itself, the mathematics, is not based on a globe. You understand all that, Lionel?
I can
Easy.
follow it. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll show you something. You have actually. Hold on.
But like, I appreciate it. But like,
I can show you what a graphic. You'll understand as soon as you see this. Okay, so it's going to be in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna.
It's also anybody can provide an explanation. Like we could make up 1,000 explanations. It wouldn't be something you could verify.
Yeah. If you look in the live stream voice text, you see that image, the diagram.
I see.
I pinged you in it, so you should see like a ping thing.
I don't even know where on the text.
It's the channel. It's the voice text channel right above this voice channel. It says live stream voice text. I pinged you in it.
Apologize.
I'll do it again.
Voice?
That help?
No.
Did you collapse the channel or something?
He's probably looking at the bubble where the instructions are or whatever.
I'm on my phone, and it's like I always struggle.
You have to collapse. You have to collapse the chat you're in, and then you have to go to live stream voice text.